Hello. 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 Hi, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I'm back. I'm back as I said I would be. And I started a little bit earlier today, so I can be a little bit louder during some of my voice acting day if need be, if necessary, if the fates align, if the characters require such intensity, then I shall portray them as such. Yep, I'm here. It's I, Zombie. Old Zombie Bait. Your elder emo demon VTuber. Sorry, I gotta rub my eyes. Every time I rub my eyes, my model decides to, stop moving. And then decides the eye tracking controls my entire body, strangely enough, which doesn't make any ounce of sense. No ounce of sense whatsoever. It seems to be just my left eye, oddly enough. Odd, weird, strange, unique. Creepy, fantastical. Anyway, hello. I got all my stuff done today, chat. Be proud of me. Be proud of me. I got up, not early, although I said I would, but I got up with plenty of time. I took all of my clothing items that I was parting with, and I took them to a resale store, and I got a lump sum for the ones that they wanted, and everything else I went and donated. So I feel good about that. Also took some more media, meaning mostly old records that I no longer listen to. Took them to another resale store, and got a little bit of money from that as well. So I'm feeling quite happy. I've also reached out to one of my local buddies that I know who runs a VHS movie store. He has DVDs and Blu-rays as well, but he runs his own little movie store. Big dream of his. And he's a VHS collector, and I pared down my collection, got them all boxed up, reached out to him, and he said he is interested. So hopefully paring down some of that collection as well, out of sight, out of mind, a little bit of coin in my pocket. And yeah, I think I'll be feeling good. I'll be feeling good about that. I don't need to be hoarding as many things. I'm not a dragon. I don't need to have the largest hoard possible. And it still leaves me, don't get me wrong, I'm still a collector of horror movies and things of that nature. I still have a fairly large collection. I'm just getting rid of all of the excess stuff that I truly do not need. And like I said, hopefully a little coin in the pocket. Hopefully maybe use that to pay for groceries, or put that back for when I'm at Offkai in June, since I don't know if everybody at Offkai takes credit or debit cards, so it's probably good to have some cash with me. Go and support some independent artists while I'm out there, and go and spoil all of my wonderful VTubers that I follow while I'm out there. Very excited. 3 that I'm quite a big fan of are all going to be there. Porcelain Maid, Grimmy, and Doki Bird are all there. I love all 3 of them. Grimmy being my Kami Oshi, absolutely my absolute favorite. A big segue. And Grimmy is actually also a voice actress, or a voice actor, what have you. And I myself, while obviously not a professional in any vein, any sense of the term, have always been kind of obsessed with voices. I've done voices my entire life, whether it be mimicking or sitting around with friends back when I had those. And just doing really goofy, odd things and just playing around with the voices. It's always been something that I've really enjoyed. It's always something, you know, the dream in the back of my mind is like a child hitting like teenage years and such, was wanting to be a voice actor. But not really having the wherewithal or the gumption to kind of try and figure out how to go about that. Has always been kind of one of those things that kind of regretted not like looking into more and trying to figure it out. I mean, I do have voice redeems on my channel. They are turned off right now because I am going to be trying to do some immersion as I play this game today, and as we read through. This is a continuation of the game we were playing yesterday, but I'm using this as practice, right? I'm using this as practice. One of my mods sent me a bunch of links about trying to break into the field of voice acting, even at my advanced age. I feel like it might be something fun to dip my toe into. But at the same time, I feel like with some of it, it could just be fun for all you guys. It could just be fun for all you guys so that I can, play around, have some fun, and, just do the damn thing. Well, yeah. I don't know if I have anything else to talk about. I don't know if I went through my day. I cleaned out a good chunk of my apartment. I donated some clothes. I sold some clothes. I sold some other things. I did get some trade credit along with some cash at one of the places, so I turned around and got Kirby and the Forgotten Lands because it was a game that I've been wanting to pick up because I do enjoy me some Kirby. I do have my Switch set up to capture, so maybe some Switch stuff. I've tried it once. It worked. It was fiddly, but I got it to work. So maybe at some point we'll do some Switch stuff at a later junction, at a later date, at a later junction. But we'll see, right? We'll see. We will see. But today we are playing Inhuman Resources. I did the demo yesterday, was a humongous fan, very, very big fan of this demo. I mean, for shit's sake, the demo itself was 3 hours long. It might have been a little bit shorter and I just kind of dawdled and talked a whole bunch during it, but even if it was 2 hours long, it was the entire, like, prequel, like, getting hired in the game. For anybody not initiated with the game who didn't check out the stream yesterday, who wasn't really around, it is effectively I'm gonna say horror. It feels horror. A horror choose your own adventure, more or less. You have choices as you play through, so you can kind of craft your own story as you go through, where you are working for a large corporation that makes doppelgangers of people through brainwashing and surgery and sends them out in the world to be perfect employees for whatever company they send them to. The game also, and this is not sponsored by the way, I'm just literally, I had a fun time, I want to talk about it. The game also features RPG elements. A lot of the RPG elements seem to be based largely on psychological tests or questionnaires. Depending upon how you answer said questions will actually adjust your in-game stats, such as the very first one that I achieved based on how I responded to a question was, congratulations, you have clinical depression. So that one felt very real. That one felt very real to me, as I do. But anyway, yeah, there are definitely things like that, and answering another question gave me a knowledge of childhood psychology, which would open up different branching selection points as you go through the story, which I thought was really, really cool. I thought it was a really interesting concept. It was a very novel concept. It felt very much akin to like the old fantasy flight or fantasy fight RPG choose your own adventure books and digital games back in the day. It felt very much like that, a little bit more in depth, a little bit kind of intense with how much is actually in the game. Like, I was very impressed by it. And now, as I have changed in all of my as I've listed in my title, I am going to be reading the entire thing, and I'm going to be voice acting for every single character. This is obviously going to be a bit aggressive, so I don't know how long the stream is going to go. Probably until I blow out my voice, or until I'm in too much pain to keep going. This could be 4 hours, this could be 8 hours. We'll see how it goes. I started a little bit earlier so I can kind of not have to worry about being too loud for the neighbors above me in my apartment complex. So with that said, yes, I am going to be doing every single voice. I have my notes listed from yesterday during the during the stream yesterday, I kind of figured out voices for said characters. Those might adjust, although at least three of the mains are going to remain largely unchanged. Provided I can get back into that voice, that will be the ones that we will be sticking with for them going forward. Now, as far as other voices, I will be figuring those out on the fly, so I do apologize if that breaks any of your immersion. I will do my best to keep that to a minimum. I very much want this to be something that is enjoyable for you as it is for me. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this. I think this is going to be really fun. I think this is going to be definitely unique versus what I usually do. And if this does play out like I'm hoping it does, maybe I will do more visual novels or things of this nature that allow me to kind of flex that voice acting, as I feel this is good practice for something that I truly do think I would enjoy doing and would like to kind of look more into, which is what I'm going to be doing hopefully in the coming months, kind of trying to look into that and practicing more on my voices and kind of figuring out how I want to go about this. But anyway, that's enough of me jabbering on. Let's go ahead and get over to it, shall we? Okay, cool. It's obviously not working at the moment. This is fantastic. If I click over here. There we go. There we go. And capture properties. There we go. Capture audio. Yes. Okay. There we go. There we go. The sound is actually capturing properly now. Let's lower it. Yeah, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. Okay. All right, let's go, chat. Congratulations. You're hired. And that is where we ended the demo yesterday. The demo basically ran us through the entire hiring process, learning what Smyrna Corp was up to, learning about the intense procedures that they put employees through and the intensity that they are. So, chapter complete. Proceed to the nervous breakdown. You're back in your apartment, but you're not sure how you got home. Probably because your brain is full to bursting with things you never wanted to know. Smyrna Corp. Doppelgangers. The fact Burgard expects you to arrive at 6 a.m. tomorrow and learn even more. It's just too much. For a moment you contemplate physically clawing out the knowledge festering inside your skull, but the intrusive thought evokes a far too vivid, far too visceral memory of what was happening to Miliano, and what might happen to you next should you choose to disobey. In the end, you do the only thing that makes sense. You don't turn on the lights, don't collapse in your bed and cry, don't indulge whatever modest vices normally get you through each day. You merely toss your phone onto the counter, rush into the bathroom, drop down to your shaking knees, and void the contents of your stomach into a familiar bowl of porcelain. As per usual, vomiting is both relief and agony. It burns your throat, knots your stomach, makes you wish you were dead. Yet the pain provides distraction from the horrors of the day. A shame you haven't eaten much. The distraction would have lasted longer. Wiping strands of puke-tinged saliva off your chin, you go to wash your filthy face and brush the bile off your teeth. It's bad for enamel, dentists claim. However, upon witnessing your reflection in the mirror, you freeze. The sagging, gaunter, hollow-eyed shadow of the person who used to know stares back. It's enough to make you wonder if you've also been replaced. We don't have the physical faculty for this. Replacement victims get their skulls sawed open, search for signs of a lobotomy scar. This is too much. Leave and go cry yourself to sleep. If it were me, I'd just cry myself to sleep. I'm no doctor. I don't know. This is too much. Leave and go cry yourself to sleep. Oh, hold on, that's a I'll turn that down just a little bit.
It's only 7:30 p.m., but you can't handle another second of being awake. Besides, you have work tomorrow. Every single day after that, until the day you die and beyond. Basically, you need your beauty sleep. Not bothering to flush your vomit, you leave the bathroom behind and lumber towards your bed. You'll probably regret the smell in the morning, but that's quite literally the least of your concerns. As you navigate the unlit apartment, you sidestep stacks of trash and laundry by memory alone. You haven't tidied up in a long time. The placement of each garbage landmine is familiar enough to be subconscious, and that's what lets you realize that something is wrong. The floor is squeaky clean against your feet, your bedsheets snugly pulled and fitted, the musk of shame and body sweat replaced by one of ammonia. In a panic, you flip the light switch, and your suspicions are confirmed. Someone broke in while you were gone. They cleaned the place. It's not safe here. Call a friend, ask to stay over for the night. Of all the ways a break-in could have ended, this feels like the best possible outcome for a worst-case scenario. But after today, it's the straw that breaks the camel's already busted back. And as you open your phone's contact list, that piece of straw becomes a hay bale. The contact list is empty. You don't know how or when, but every single name and number has been scrubbed from the device, except for two. One is your aunt's phone number, complete with her office extension. The other is Abuya Burgard's, which was never there to begin with. It seems Smyrna Corp has taken proactive steps to keep you from blabbing to anyone but fellow staffers. Terrified, you drop the phone and try to rush out through the front door. The handle jams midway as you turn it. You're locked in from the outside, and something tells you it won't unlock until it's time for your first shift. Your life is no longer yours to live. It belongs to the company.
What's up, Bex? How you doing? How you doing?
Your skull throbs as you contemplate methods to escape, but every option you come up with feels more futile than the last. Leaving the country and changing your name likely wouldn't be enough to wriggle out of Smyrna Corp's grasp. Suicide accomplishes nothing if doppelgangers can replace you. Considering betrayal by leaking company secrets? Pinprick of green flashes beneath your palm as the Smyrna Corp ID chip reacts to your controversial thoughts. As long as this thing is in you, you'll never get anywhere. You have to do something about it. Call your aunt. She owes you explanations. Since the woman wanted you to start working at this company, she might not exactly be willing to help you leave it, but she's still family. That's gotta count for something. At least you thought so, until your call goes straight to voicemail and plays a pre-recorded message.
Hi, sweetie. Glad to hear the interview went well. I even earned a small commission for recruiting you. Unfortunately, I won't be speaking to you again anytime soon. Now that you've been hired at Smyrna Corp, our genetic relationship has been officially concluded. From here on out, it's all business. So make sure to be on your best behavior at the office. I'd hate to see you get replaced next. Anyway, that's all for now. Hope you liked the renovation Smyrna Corp did to your apartment. Loved you. P.S. Don't forget to send the rent money. XO. XO.
The rest is just the white noise of a familiar dial tone. You're not sure if you're more stunned by heartbreak, hatred, or sheer brain-boggling confusion. But whatever the case, you swear under your breath and immediately call her back. This time, someone does pick up. It's not the person you know. She's sorry to hear she turned out to be such a bitch. I actually liked her. The warbled voice is so startling, you snap your phone shut and reel back, ready to fling it across the room. The stranger on the other line continues speaking, unperturbed. Easy there. I know this looks weird, but I'm not with Smyrna Corp. I'm a friendly neighborhood tracker. Hacker. Here to get you out of this mess. Pick up the phone and I'll tell you everything. Promise. You doubt this person is telling the truth, especially when your phone is emitting a soft vermilion glow, noises you've never heard it make before. It's also the first time anyone has offered unconditional help in a long, long while. Dazed and confused, you flip your phone open. You are not greeted by an icon, a caller ID, or text message, but by distorted video footage. Deep within the live feed's peculiar reddish sheen, a static warped face stares through the pixelated screen. The image quality is too low to tell if they're a man or woman. The sound too tinny to decide if they are young or old. Yet you still feel a nagging certainty that this person is important. Nice to finally meet you face to face, so to speak. Though I'm assuming you've had better days. Now, I don't have much time to explain what's going on. Listen close and make sure not to hang up. Otherwise, you could be in danger. Agree to the stranger's demands and listen. For now. High-pitched pulse of static rings out of your device. Laughter, you suspect. Odds are, this person wasn't expecting you to agree so quickly. But they certainly aren't complaining either. Thanks. I knew I could count on you. Call me L, by the way. I'd give you my real name if I could. But if Smyrna Corp ever picks your brain for answers, they could figure out who I am, where I live, or what I'm planning. Neither of us wants that. That you do not. Especially since this L person doesn't mean brain picking in any metaphorical sense. Your palms begin clamming up and your breathing becomes shrill. Maybe this was a bad idea. Don't worry. Our connection's secure. I'm communicating on a limited frequency that disables your microchip sensors and any other recording devices they might have installed. You can say or think anything you want with me. Smyrna Corp won't know a thing. See, those human resource maniacs only trust archaic, discontinued tech. It's a precaution against hacking attempts or something. That means cutting-edge shit is almost always taboo to them, unless it comes from a trusted business partner. Since your clunker of a flip phone still connects to cell towers, but not to the internet, I'm basically in the biggest, bestest, most unhackable blind spot I could ever ask for. Stranger speaks with tremendous confidence and breakneck urgency. The fearful thrill of knowing time is limited mingles with their robotic boldness. Better cut to the chase. I might have changed that voice. Alright, we're going to change that voice. We're going to change that voice. We have a robotic coldness. Apologies. Okay, we've switched. We've switched L's voice. We've switched L's voice over to a more robotic voice. We'll see how that goes. Better cut to the chase. Who are you, and what do you want from me? On your flip phone's warbled screen, L's image shifts and multiplies as their connection grows unstable. They take a deep breath before making their desperate, albeit honest, request. Who am I doesn't matter right now. What does is the fact I want to take down Smyrna Corp. Dismantle the entire company, reveal what they've done, and set the human race free. To do that, I need help from someone on the inside, and you're literally the only person on the planet I can trust to do this. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Bex, what do you think? What do you think? Should I adjust that?
I don't know. It doesn't feel robotic. It feels fake robotic. It feels disingenuine. Let me try something else. Who am I? I'm currently on break. Okay, cool. Who I am? No. Who I am? No. Who I am doesn't. No. Too robotic. Who I am doesn't matter right now. Who I am doesn't matter. Wait. Okay. Who I am doesn't matter. No, that just sounds weird. It sounds goofy. I want something more. Hal was a robot and didn't sound weird at all. Okay. This says it's warbled. This is described as warbled and robotic and. Who I am doesn't matter right now. What does is the fact I want to take down Smyrna Corp, dismantle the entire company, reveal what they've done, and set the human race free. To do that, I need help from someone on the inside. And you're literally the only person on the planet I can trust to do this. What was that? I feel better about that. Feel a little bit better about that. Battlestar Galactica? Okay. Okay, that will work.
Your eyes bulge, your pulse quickens. A stranger has just promised to tear apart the bars of your new cage. It must be a miracle, or perhaps too good to be true.
I don't know how much you heard about Smyrna Corp's upcoming business partnership during your interview, but they're looking to team up with this humongous tech conglomerate, Radium Inc.
That's right. You did hear the name mentioned a few times, not just at the office, but on the news too. Hell, you vaguely remember getting ghosted by their admin team after applying to work there, though perhaps rejection was for the best since you lacked any relevant qualifications. As the makers of some of the most advanced consumer devices on the planet, Radium's technologies are ubiquitous worldwide. From security cameras to self-driving cars, communication satellites and smartphones far more advanced than your antenna-bearing model, their digital footprint is everywhere. However, their list of human rights violations is just as vast. Not a day goes by where the media won't report their latest lawsuits, their inhumane worker abuses, their hazardous waste dumping, their illegal data laundering, or even their consumer deaths. It's honestly a miracle the company hasn't already been sued into oblivion.
Yeah, well, that might be happening pretty soon. I don't know all the details of the contracts they're working out yet, but I do know Radium is in deep shit. The company needs money fast, and since Smyrna Corp is about as cutting edge as a dial-up modem, they see a ton of potential in purchasing a more contemporary competitor. Thing is, this buyout deal would help those maniacs control human history at a bigger scale than ever. The second this contract gets signed, Smyrna Corp will have access to a full suite of new Radium hardware that's already been disseminated throughout the wider public. The kind of tools they could let them crank out more doppelgangers than ever, or even lobotomize people remotely. I'm trying to add some warble to it. So I'm trying to up down with my pitch.
Think about it. Entire countries could have their populations replaced overnight. Databases of shared knowledge could be scrubbed in seconds. Objective truth and free will could forever become relics of a bygone past. The only way we stop that from happening is by hitting Smyrna Corp where it hurts before their deal goes through, creating the kind of data breach this company could never recover from.
Your head, already full to bursting, bloats with further revelations. You reach for something to hold on to and almost fall over trying. So many doubts, so many fears, so many goddamn questions swim about your brain until it feels like your mind is drowning in them. You don't even know where to start. But Elle's image blurs with worsening static, warning you to start asking soon.
Hi, Lemon. Hello. Thank you for the hydrate. Enjoy your daily cry. Trying out a new voice for a mechanical voice. It's kind of weird. I don't know how it is. Beck said it sounds good. Then I adjusted it even more. Well, we shall see. Okay, let's. And you've only missed a couple. You've only missed a couple things, Lemon. Let me get you caught up. Let me get you caught up since you're the one who purchased the game. We are at the evening after my interview. I've gone back to my apartment. My apartment has been completely spot cleaned, so someone broke into the apartment and cleaned it. The main character decided they were going to call a friend and go stay with the friend for the night, but when they checked their phone, all of their contacts have been scrubbed. The only contacts are your aunt and Obagaya. And you called your aunt, she did not answer, you called again, and now we are on the phone with a hacker named Elle, who has a warbled robotic voice, so that's the voice that we're attempting to do. So our choices are, but why should I trust you? What does Radium stand to gain if the deal goes through? Why contact me? How am I supposed to stop this? If it were me, why contact me? How am I supposed to stop this? Elle from Death Note? I hope not. Probably not.
Until a few hours ago, you were a jobless leech living in your relative's cheapest rental unit, surrounded by garbage effigies and a skyscraper of rejection slips. There should be quite literally billions of people more qualified to save the world than you.
That's not true. I don't think there's a single person on Earth that could be more perfect for this job.
How's that? How's that for warbled and robotic? Does that sound dumb? Does it work for a warbled robotic? You like it? Okay. We'll stick with that. Since it's warbled and since it's on like a hacked connection, I'm kind of upping and downing pitch as I do it. That's warbled and robotic. Okay. So I'm trying to do my damnedest with the immersion for the characters as we go.
1. You work at Smyrna Corp, meaning you have eyes on the inside. 2. You're a new hire, so no one will suspect you for asking questions. That gives us a way to gather information without much risk. 3. You have that new radium microchip, which is way easier for me to bypass than the older employees' non-disclosure fail-safes. 4. You're desperate to escape, so I'm willing to bet you'll take a few risks. And 5, well, this one's more personal, but let's say I have a good reason to think you're capable and trustworthy. Bottom line is, I need your help specifically, and so does the human race.
Your explanation is equal parts sensible and suspicious, but there's an undeniable earnestness to the plea as well. The stranger really does think you're a chosen one of some kind, though you're a bit insulted that it's mostly a matter of circumstances, and not due to your unique brand of subpar skills. What does Radium stand to gain if this deal goes through? It's contract sounds more like a one-sided acquisition than a proper partnership. Plus, judging from what little you know about judging from what little you know of Smyrna Corp, they don't exactly seem open to compromises. Impending bankruptcy or not, how does this benefit Radium?
Are you seriously asking why the ethically subhuman tech conglomerate has an interest in partnering with people who control the world from the shadows? Not to be a dick, but I think the benefits kind of explain themselves, don't they?
In retrospect, they kind of do, yes. Still, you can't shake the feeling that there's more to this. Either something Radium is plotting in secret, or something L is deliberately refraining from telling you.
Got any more brilliant questions for me, or can we finally skip past the preamble and agree to team up?
Okay.
I'll help. What do you need me to do? This whole situation is utter madness. So is your upcoming tenure at Smyrna Corp. If you want to live without the shadow of replacement haunting you forever, helping this L person is your best bet to break free. Maybe even your only bet.
Glad to hear you're on board. We might actually have a shot at winning now.
Have a good day. Have a good rest of your workday, Bex. Thanks for helping with my voice.
The featureless face on your phone's screen warps, nigh indiscernibly. You're not entirely certain, but you suspect L is smiling. When they next speak, their voice is more distorted than ever. Seems your connection is wearing thinner by the second.
Alright, here's the plan. There's a maximum security facility deep below your Smyrna Corp office. Employees call it the Hive. I'm not 100% sure why it's called that or what it does exactly. All I know is that Smyrna Corp doesn't want any unauthorized individuals finding out what's inside. You need to find a way in, then you look for the most highly classified piece of documentation you can plausibly get your hands on. Steal it, escape, and bring it back to me, but I'll leak whatever's on it to the wider world, and Smyrna Corp will never be able to operate in secret ever again. This might sound like suicide, but don't worry, you'll have a friend on the inside. The receptionist, Marcina, she's another one of my connections. But she hasn't been able to do much alone. Plus, she's deathly afraid of getting replaced. Too afraid to make the bold moves you will. Find her and ask for help as a fellow employee. She should have full clearance to teach you about the Hive. Just make sure you not to get too nosy, or your microchip will go off. If that happens, she'll be overseeing your lobotomy next.
Was that too hard to understand? Was that too hard to understand? It did say the connection was weakening. It did say the connection was weakening, but I still want to make sure that you can understand me. Was that too much? Was that too warbled? Was that too much, Lemon? Was that too much to understand?
The phone's distorted static worsens more and more. The warbled face upon your screen no longer looks remotely human. Then, right as the image warps beyond any shred of recognition, here's some final words of warning from your unlikely ally.
Shit, I have to go. I'll contact you again as soon as I can. Just be sure to act like a good little employee, or they'll snuff you out. Make sure you find the Hive, alright? Our utopia depends on it.
Suddenly, your screen shuts off, as though the phone ran out of battery. You sit there for a few moments, hoping it might turn back on, but in time, even the dial tone fades. Check the caller ID history, just in case it can tell you who L is. There's nothing there except the call you had this morning with your aunt. A predictable if disappointing outcome. Exhausted, you migrate to your mattress, hoping you'll dream a better dream than whatever that strange nightmare was. Your head hits the pillow, and a flood of night terrors washes over you. Disturbing, surreal, almost silly stuff, like zombie apocalypses, or giving speeches in class while wearing lingerie you've most certainly never worn before. It's almost a relief to witness such cartoonishly simple frights after a day like this. Part of you wishes they'd go on forever, even if they're scary, leave you stuck in a headspace where Smyrnacorp couldn't possibly exist. Yet again, you find yourself wishing you'd wake up somewhere else than this. Yet again, you wish time would ask permission before racing ahead. And yet again, the concept of reality proves to be an unkind, callous bitch. After a few brief restless hours, your alarm's familiar chirping demands that you wake up. Time to clock in.
Chapter complete. Proceed to the search for Melusine. Okay, chat. How was that? How was that? Anything you would change? Anything you would rather have? This is your time to chime in. This is your time to chime in. This is your time to give me your opinion before we get immersed back into the next chapter. Is there anything? The warbled robotic voice is still not sitting 100% with me. I'm still not sure. I want to know your opinion on it. I want to know what you think of the random warbled robotic voice that I've come up with.
I am not real sure what I need to do, or if this is too hard to understand.
Truly hoping I don't have to read that much more from L. Just because that voice just feels alien to me. Not a voice I've never attempted to do a robotic voice other than doing the random chapter complete. Proceed to like the bare bones basic robotic. The bare bones basic robotic voice. All right. Anyway, onward, I guess, onward. Next chapter.
The search for Melusine.
It's been 2 weeks since you were hired, or 10 whole business days, as Mr. Brigard puts it. It feels strange to think of time in those terms now. Even stranger that 10 days is all it took for your life to change so much. Steady paycheck is a welcome relief from poverty, especially when the first one had more zeros than you expected. But you've barely had the motivation to spend a single cent of it, let alone leave the house. Your nerves are shot. You barely sleep. You're losing weight in a noticeable non-fitness journey way. You haven't seen nor spoken to any friends, fearing they might have become or always have been doppelgangers. And every time your hand itches, you wonder if it's the Borodinium finally kicking in. Oh, and you're absolutely sick of wearing black turtlenecks. You're pretty sure the cheap acrylic is giving you an armpit rash. Your sole respite from all this misery has been a brand new hobby you've picked up to stay sane.
Ooh, okay. Two of these I would actually do. So jogging is not something I would do. I don't jog. There's no. That's a no for me, dog. That's a no from me, dog. Reading well, okay, no, it's not. It's reading philosophy textbooks. Never mind. Never mind. I don't want to read textbooks. Reading philosophy books, 100% down for. Textbooks, no, too boring, too archaic in its way that it goes. We're gonna collect pirated video games.
Your sole respite from all this misery has been a brand new hobby you've picked up to stay sane: collecting pirated video games. You can afford to buy games legally, but your goal isn't to play them. Rather, you get a transgressive rush whenever you crack a file you have no business owning, then figure out how to make it run on your piece of shit laptop. In due time, you might even use these skills to disable your microchip.
Your profile has changed. Technological literacy +1.
However, despite fear of replacement driving you to seek out new coping mechanisms, despite the dread that washes over you every time you step into the building, well, turns out it's actually pretty easy to forget the threat of imminent doom when you're slowly dying of boredom. Outlandish decor and blood-soaked interviews aside, your first 2 weeks at Smyrna Corp were eerily uneventful. You haven't even worked yet, let alone been assigned at a desk by whatever administrative team you're assured definitely exists. You've just been locked away in meeting rooms, asking to peruse employee handbooks and attend seminars about workplace culture. The latter are usually hosted by overworked secretaries with better things to do than entertain new hires. Other than yourself, the office is abuzz with panic. People rush by without a word every time you wave hello, or seem on the verge of killing sprees whenever coffee machines start running low. With the Radium Inc. deal approaching, deadlines are tight, overwork is mandatory, and the stakes for Smyrna Corp's continued future are especially high. Even with your brain reduced to a stew of secondhand stress and corporate bluster, you can't ignore the stakes you're facing. The second that the ink dries on that trade deal, the world will begin drowning in a sea of obfuscation. At least, that's how Elle puts it. The stranger reached out many times since your first impromptu correspondence, asking very, very anxiously if you've managed to track down Melusine and prevent Armageddon. Your answer has consistently been a shameful, chagrined no. In theory, it should be easy to track down a receptionist, but you haven't seen her at the front desk since the day you arrived. Maybe she's been on vacation, or maybe she's been too busy supervising prefrontal transplants to smile at visitors. Either way, you were forced to employ some less conventional strategies to track the tired-looking woman down.
Damn, I don't have. Where is my, what's this? Chapters? Inventory. Okay, we have child psychology specialization, non-disclosure microchip, and old cell phone. That's where we're at. Oh, we have a map. There we go. Oh, that's just the codex. Oh, this is us. This is you for better and or worse.
Name is Finnegan Joyce.
Notes. Okay. Okay. It doesn't, we don't have our stats. We don't have our stats, apparently. Just the social skills. And the microchip. Oh no, there we go. There we go. There we go. There's our stats. There's our stats, chat.
Physical faculty, 1.
Actually, I'm gonna do this in my announcer, in the robotic announcer voice.
Physical faculty 1. Social aptitude 1. Technical logical literacy 2. Clinical depression. A crippling chemical imbalance lodged deep inside your brain makes good days bad and bad days harder. Goddamn right it does. Okay, cool. Now we know where that's at. So our social aptitude, we're probably still down a stat, and we don't have
computer science specialist. You love that illustration, the clinical depression. Lemon, I was asking, I don't know what you're doing or if you're around as much. Was my warbled voice too hard to understand what I was reading, or was it good in conveying that the connection was breaking down? You're making lunch. Were you listening? Were you listening at least? No, it was clear. Okay. Perfect. Was that a good warbled voice? Are you happy with said warbled voice? I can understand what you were saying. Cool. Okay. Cool. Does that work for a hacker trying to disguise their voice? Okay, you are happy with it. Okay, cool. Cool. We'll stick with that. We'll stick with that. Let me remake my note. Let me remake my note. Robotic warbled. Warbled. Okay. I have a notepad next to me for all the voices so I can try to remember them. Am I happy with it? No, but you know me, I'm never happy with anything. I'm literally never happy with anything. I've had a highly productive day and I'm still sitting here going, I could have done more. I could have done more. I've not done enough. I sold many belongings and made much coin. I even donated. But I've not done enough. So no, that's why I'm asking it. That's why I'm asking you guys. It's for you guys. It's not for me. It's for you guys. 'Tis for you guys. All right. Moving on. We got a choice to make, and this choices are default base choices. Ad break in a minute 40. Okay, I would not leave post-it notes at the front desk with my phone number. I don't like receiving phone calls, so I wouldn't do that. So the only other option, going back into it.
Either way, you were forced to employ some less conventional strategies to track the tired-looking woman down. You staked out every area in the building, hoping you'd accidentally bump into her. There's no sugarcoating it. You acted like a stalker. You hung out near bathrooms on each and every floor, circled parking lots trying to guess which car was hers, desperately asked employees if they saw a French woman pass by. If any of them did, they probably warned her to avoid you. Whether discouraged or embarrassed by your not-so-genius stratagem, Elle was quick to propose a foolproof alternative.
Smyrna Corp will be hosting a free brunch at the office on Friday. I'm guessing the higher-ups want to keep their staff happy after working them to near death. But the thing is, they always make these dumb events mandatory, meaning everyone has to be there, Melusina included. Knowing her, she won't be staying long. The girl hates crowds with a passion, but this might be our only chance at getting info about how to reach the hive. So scope out the area and track her down fast.
And so, here you are, standing in line, plate in hand, waiting for your serving of room temperature scrambled eggs. The reception area that greeted you 2 weeks ago is barely recognizable. Its thick shadows and thicker ammonia stench have given way to the glare of heated food lamps, tinged by the cloying aroma of undercooked breakfast sausage. A small army of employees fill the lobby with a dull roar, circulating between the buffet's unappetizing trays. Dirt-cheap party streamers have been strung between the pillars' once unsettling sculptures, and plastered over the silver lettering of the company's engraved slogan, Memori Perpetuitas Mutatio is no more. Now there is only Congratulations. You may already be depressed, but the spelling mistake on that banner somehow makes you sadder. Eventually, an old lady snaps at you to quit hogging the goddamn serving spoon, knocking you out of your disassociated trance. Leaving the tray of eggs behind, you navigate throngs of hungry colleagues. You struggle not to spill your food as you squeeze between too many people packed together far too tightly. Congratulations, Lemon. Congratulations. Melusine has to be here somewhere. But picking her out of this horde of identical black turtlenecks definitely won't be easy. If you're going to find her, you're going to need a plan. Fuck. I still can't use anything special.
Okay, if it were me, if this were me, back to regular zombie voice, if this were me, I'm not going to... honestly, if this were me, I would go with the antisocial comment that Elle said. She doesn't like being near people. She hates crowds. If it were me, I would be keeping to myself because I'm the exact same way. So we're gonna go with that.
Elle said she's antisocial. Keep an eye out for people eating alone. You're no stranger to feeling uncomfortable at social events, especially since you don't really know anyone who works here other than Obaya. Identifying other folks who feel out of place shouldn't be too complicated. That was the hope, at least. But turns out, working at a mega corporation that constantly scrutinizes its workplace and punishes ineptitude with non-consensual brain surgery, well, that tends to create a lot of loners. Not only are there way more people standing apart from the crowd than you first thought, but most of them physically recoil as you approach. Some even run away, leaving a trail of bagel crumbs and honeydew rinds in their wake. Cursing both yourself and this company's treatment of its workers, you try to think of another strategy. And that's when you finally spot her, standing right behind the counter where you had first met. Just below the eye-catching "Congratulations" banner, a sickly pale, sickly smiled woman stands, her hair tied up in a dainty bun. Her fork picks at a half-empty plate of grapefruit slices and baked beans, while her baggy eyes scan the reception room, perhaps hoping to spot a certain someone. Could it be she's looking for you? You cross your fingers, hoping her gaze will meet yours by magic. Unfortunately, your life is rather far removed from the conventional tropes of a C-grade romantic comedy. Rather than notice you standing on your tiptoes and relentlessly waving, Melusine breathes a defeated sigh, her forced smile facade faltering for an instant. Head hung low and subpar breakfast in hand, she makes for a nearby elevator, poised to leave the room for good. Shit, she's getting away. You sprint ahead to try and stop her, but she's already stepped into the lift and begun pressing buttons. You won't make it before the door closes, but you need to do something. Fuck. No point being subtle. Shout her name as loud as you can. Public embarrassment is a small price to pay for the preservation of free will. You take a deep, deep breath. Fill your lungs to bursting with breakfast-scented air. Hold it in as long as you can, and bellow a thunderous "Melusine!" Your voice cracks into a squeaky cartoon parody of its former self, before trailing into a rasping cough. But the name which crosses your lips still rings out louder than an erupting volcano. The reception room explodes with gasps and stifled curses, many brunchers dropping their plates, leaving bacon-greased ceramic shards scattered across the floor. Melusine flinches much the same, too busy clutching her chest with the desperation of a triple cardiac bypass survivor to even consider leaving anymore. Hopefully, her heart won't burst out of her chest before you can actually talk to her. Catching your breath and trotting towards the elevator, you wheeze a quiet apology to your scowling onlookers. Though they all regard you with universal disgust, they're quick to return to their prior conversations or their respective bacon strips. The receptionist's exhausted eyes light up as you approach. For the briefest moment, her fake smile turns to genuine joy, and then to genuine annoyance. Finally, I was beginning to think I'd never track you down. Where have you been hiding? Mr. Brigard said you've been coming to the office, but I couldn't find you anywhere. Do you have any idea how desperate I was getting? Waiting outside bathrooms with a huge grin, hoping I'd catch you on the way out, peeking inside the parking lot sedans with my face smushed against every windshield. It's a miracle no one called the cops on me. Well, good to know you're not the only one whose search attempts were a flop. It's a relief to see St. Sion's behaving like a real person for once. Thank you for the stretch. Despite her berating, there's an undercurrent of implicit trust to her flustered frustration.
And the hydration. And the head pat. Much appreciated, Moist Virtuoso. Much appreciated.
An earnestness that could get her replaced, were it shown to the wrong colleague. Admit you've been struggling to track her down too. You confess your own consistent screw-ups, which reassures the receptionist. Nothing like mutually assured stupidity to boost one's crumbling confidence. Then, as if suddenly remembering where she is, Melusina's mask-like smile stretches across her face once more.
Well, regardless, I'm quite pleased to see you've officially joined the Smyrnicorp family. You see, there's, a collaborative task I need your help with. One that an external client specially requested we both complete in preparation for the upcoming partnership deadline. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The woman is speaking in code. Communicating through such secretive means might be the only way to openly discuss L's plan without triggering your microchip's treason sensor. You give Melusine a firm nod. The woman smiles harder, glancing about to make sure no one is listening. The employees seem too enraptured by their free meals to care.
Glad to know I can count on your cooperation. In order to succeed, this task will require us to both have access to the nursery department. That's the official name for what us colleagues refer to as the Hive. We like to have fun around here, you see, giving things funny names like that.
The harrowed woman's forced laugh sounds fake enough to freeze your blood. Your heart suddenly feels like it's struggling to pump ice cubes through your veins.
Now, the nursery department is a restricted area. That means special employee clearance is necessary to access it. I already possess said clearance, and I've put in a formal request to give you that clearance, too. But from what I hear, it's been refused twice for some reason.
Brina, welcome in. Enjoy your daily cry. Always best to get the bad out and let the good in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Sorry, I heard my neighbors stomping around. Oh, another hydrate. Chat's drowning me today. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Voice acting is going to obliterate my throat. Welcome in. Enjoy your stay. Enjoy your stay. I'm voice acting. Hi. I'm voice acting a horror visual novel right now. Doing my best to have every character have different voices. So, that's why we hydrate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. The basis of the story is we're working for a company that gives lobotomies to employees and makes doppelgangers as perfect employees to send out, and we are attempting to infiltrate with the help of Melusine, the receptionist, and an outside hacker named L, who contacts us through robotic warbled voice calls on our antique flip phone. Here we go. Lemon, if there's anything else you would like to let Brina know about the story, please do. I'm going to continue on. Okay. Oh, Melusine voice hurts my face. Game sounds interesting. It's very interesting. I swear the lady's voice is the worst best you do. It scares the shit out of me. Well, good. Oh, here we go.
I'm afraid you have to blame me for that, my dear.
The ice cubes chugging through your bloodstream harden into a single iceberg as a suffocating shadow looms over you both. Melusina's smile wavers as she beholds the horror of what now stands behind you, a beaming, earnest, pure white smile.
Oh dear, terribly rude of me to intrude on your conversation unprompted, wasn't it? You have my sincerest apologies. I was investigating a disturbance report when I happened to overhear Miss St. Saens mention your troublesome little certification dossier. Mea culpa for indulging my curiosity unprompted.
The behemoth's booming laughter would almost be contagious if it weren't for his unblinking blue eyes. They bore into your skull and spirit as if searching for every secret your puny mind has dared to hide from him. In a desperate bid to blend in, Melusine fakes more laughter in response to Burgard's, but you're too scared to do the same. After all, the way the giant clamps a hand on your shoulder, squeezing like a bear trap biting off a rabbit's leg, making it rather obvious who the disturbance really is.
You spooked quite a few people by shouting like that, you know. There's no outright rule against high-volume speech in this office, but we here at Smyrna Corp expect our staffers to abide by an unspoken code of conduct in the workplace. We don't want to get murdered here.
You stammer out some awkward cocktail of convoluted circumstances and dramatic guilt, praying it will be enough to avoid Abuya's wrath. His bassy chuckle intensifies as he waves away your fear.
Now, no need to panic. Mistakes are only human, and we're nothing if not a human-driven company. Let's just mark this down as strike one and put the incident behind us, shall we?
Okay, is he going to just glaze over that whole strike one business? Because that doesn't sound like a major reason to panic. However, as if sensing your impending hyperventilation, Melusine quickly intervenes.
Sir, if you don't mind my asking, what's all this about refusing their dossier? I didn't make a mistake writing the application, did I?
Oh, heavens no. Your paperwork is always perfect, my dear. A work of art whose precision rivals this building's own architecture. No, I'm afraid the matter of our new hire's clearance is a smidge more complicated. Believe it or not, our little prodigy here earned themselves an astounding entrance evaluation score, the kind of display even our most seasoned veterans would struggle to provide. Thus, I have supervisors in every corner of our office begging to have this new hire assigned to their department. In the interest of fairness, I've decided to indulge these requests simultaneously, all while giving our recently recruited star player a chance to peruse their own professional preferences.
Placing his enormous hand mere inches from the tip of your nose, Abuya begins unfurling his bratwurst-thick fingers. You get the impression that he's about to crush your skull like an overripe grape. Instead, he begins enumerating a series of names.
In cryptology, future-proofing, evaporation, substitution. Over the course of the following days, I want you to shadow the head of each of these departments and perform a few tasks according to their prerogatives. If your performance is acceptable, supervisors have been instructed to provide a certificate to endorse your merit. Once you've gathered all 4 certifications, you will be given unrestricted access to the nursery department, or, as some people like to call it, the Hive. But that's just a playful little pseudonym, of course. We like to have fun around here, you see, giving things funny names and such, don't we, Miss St. Saens?
The behemoth nudges his pale-faced coworker in the ribs with a jolly chortle. Melusine responds a well-rehearsed artificial cackle, flashing you a half-apologetic, half-terrified look. It seems she has no power to contest this decision. You're stuck between a rock and a report card-shaped hard place. Understood. I'll satisfy the other department's needs as soon as possible. This is a major hitch in your plans, and time isn't on your side. But sheer determination has a way of letting you accomplish crazy things. With a courageous nod, you vow to gather every certificate before the Radium Partnership is made official.
Ah, that's the spirit. I knew that impressive moxie of yours wouldn't let me down. I leave you the liberty of tackling these certifications in whichever order you please. Miss St. Sains will be able to fill you in on each department's specific quirks. However, she'll need to do so at a later date.
Almost perfectly on cue, Regard's elegant gold watch begins beeping like a bomb's countdown timer. You're pretty sure most timepieces of such refined design don't come with inbuilt alarms, but you've learned better than to question Smirnocorp's convoluted tastes in custom-made tech.
My apologies, but duty calls. We have quite a few replacement procedures to complete today. Some poor sod sent the wrong file to the wrong news outlet, and now there's a dozen reporters in need of urgent brain surgery. Might need to cut corners in order to meet quota, but oh well. Sometimes friends and family members are better off forgotten, especially when you work as an investigative journalist. Shall we get on with our day, Miss St. Sains?
The sickly pale woman gives a curt nod, trotting to keep pace with the behemoth's strides. She flashes you a concerned look from behind her taut, masked smile, begging you to stop her from having to do this, begging you to hurry up and complete this task before she has to do it again. The best you could do is smile back and mouth a silent promise not to fail. As Abuya boards the elevator with St. Sains at his side, his eyebrows suddenly quirk with remembrance.
Oh, before I forget, I just want to remind you that we're on a tight deadline, what with Radium Inc. about to sign. You'll need to start the certification process next week and earn 1 department certificate per day. Otherwise, I'll be forced to postpone your nursery department access until after the contract officially goes through. In other words, be sure not to stay up too late tampering with all those ill-gotten computer games. You'll be needing plenty of beauty sleep in order to perform at your best.
The man lets out a booming chuckle, but doesn't even blink. His eyes remain transfixed with yours, as though seeing through your false politeness. Before you can ask yourself how the man knows about what you do in your free time, the grillage doors snap shut.
Enjoy the rest of your breakfast.
Both the giant and the lift plunge out of your sight, taking Melusine with them. All that remains in their absence is the waft of scrambled eggs and the countless staffers who crave them.
Chapter complete. Proceed to Monday. Alright, how was that? How was that, chat? I'm gonna check in with you guys after each chapter. How was that? Oh shit, iceberg, report him, lobotomize him. Okay, Lemon. Alright, how was that? How was that, everybody? How were the voices? How's the immersion going? How's the story? Are you enjoying it thus far? You're gonna have to talk to me. You need to talk to me. I request you talk to me. Hydration situation. Fucking awesome. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, I can hear the tension in your face with that lady's voice. God, yeah, her voice really hurts my face. But it's the only way. It's the only way to do the smile and the strain and the tension and the fear. Yeah, that one's physical. That one's physical.
Some of these I'm getting oddly physical with to be able to do them. Yeah. It's like I do a lot of voices. Like I can do Meat Rod, or I can do Kermit the Frog, or like I can do a lot of random voices, but when I'm trying to do like unique ones that I haven't mimicked, sometimes I find it easier to be a little bit more physical with it. Obviously, I can't pitch my voice up high enough to do an actual woman's voice.
So the only thing I can do is really do my best to pitch up as much as possible while I strain the smile on my face.
And just try and yeah. I'm trying to do my best. Trying to do my best to scare the shit out of Lemon. But can you do Joe from Family Guy? Oh, no, I wish I could.
Peter. Well, maybe. Peter. Peter, I'm stuck in a wheelchair, Peter. I can get close to his voice. I have to drop down some octaves. I have to thrust out the Adam's apple just a little bit, but no, not quite. Not quite. Patrick Warburton is definitely a legend.
No, I can't really hit that. He has a very, very unique. I can do. Oh, Herbert.
You get your ass back here. You get your sweet ass back here.
Oh, Herbert. I can't do the whistle. I can't do the whistle, but but I can hit Herbert. I can do that.
You get your sweet ass back here, Chris. Yeah, I can do that. That was way back. That was in the high. That's a high register. That's a high register voice. Now when you really gotta up-pitch your tone. You gotta really up-pitch your tone for him. You gotta make sure he's really creepy. He's a really creepy guy. I gotta throw it into the head voice. I gotta throw it into the head voice for that one.
Oh, and Bex returns for me doing Herbert voices. Yep.
Hi there, Bex. How are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, you're in between calls and you graced us with your presence. Well, I'm really glad to see you.
I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow at all.
Turn down for what?
Turn down for what? Bull!
Turn down for what?
Bull! God damn it, Bobby. God damn it, Bobby.
All right. Ooh, okay. All right.
God damn it, Bobby. Bull! 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 Bull!
All right. You did not appreciate that show as a kid? I have always been a fan. That's the best American anime there is. Best American anime. Oh yeah, no, it's fire. Mike Judge, fucking genius. Mike Judge is fucking genius. Abso-tootly. Abso-freaking-tootly. All right. Okay, shake out the body, stretch out the back, throat ready to go. Oh yeah, the humor is definitely a very subdued, subtle adult humor. It's very, very good. Pocket sand. I was driving today to go to my resale stores, and the person in front of me had a bumper sticker that said "Raise Hell, Praise Dale," and had Dale's picture on it from King of the Hill. I was very excited. All right, moving on. Chapter complete. Proceed to Monday.
Your post-brunch Monday morning comes far, far too soon. The unrelaxing weekend passed you by in less than a blink. And you know exactly why. The countdown to the end of the world has officially begun. And the chronometer is ticking down very, very quickly. As if Mondays weren't depressing enough already, there's not nearly enough Xanax left on Earth to treat whatever misery assails you today. That said, you don't let it discourage you.
Pause. Okay, I've been listening and chapter 2 is great, but I need you to understand if you put all those voices next to each other, I'm betting most people wouldn't believe it was one person. Aw, I appreciate that. It's just me. I'm just one person. But that's like the nicest thing anyone's ever said about my voices is that they sound like they're from other people. But I'm really glad you enjoyed that chapter. Ad break in 3 minutes, chap. I'm gonna send you the dude doing Daffy and Bugs, and that's the vibe you're giving. Oh shit. Okay. On a small aside note, one of my absolute favorite voice actors, give me 1 second. Give me absolutely 1 second. I'm gonna be really, really quick with this. I'm gonna be very, very quick with this. Yep, that's that one. Rob Paulson, one of my absolute favorite voice actors. His name is Rob Paulson. I first learned about him. He did a Raphael in the original Ninja Turtles. He's had a podcast as well where he interviews voice actors. There's actually a conversation where he does a bunch of the voices that he does, and he's talking to Seth Green, and Seth Green is just doing his Chris Griffin impersonation, and Rob Paulson is bouncing back and forth between characters. And he's known for like Raphael, and he does Yakko and Pinky in the Animaniacs. And you do that without any training. I've been doing voices for years, but yeah, no, not training. I wish I need to. Amazing. I love watching the Family Guy. Yeah, look up Rob Paulson on YouTube at some point. He has a lot of clips on YouTube of him like sitting down, and I'm not sure if his podcast is still going, but he used to just bring in like different highly acclaimed voice actors like Tara Strong. Tara Strong is like one of the most accomplished female voice actors. She's absolutely fucking incredible, the amount of shit she's done, the amount of voices she's done. But Rob Paulson is absolutely one of my favorites, and I used to literally just sit and listen to him do different voices and try to figure out how he did them. Like just going into like when he was doing like Pinky from Pinky and the Brain, and him going like, "Noff, Noff. Like, what are we going to do today, Brain? Noff." Like his like throat control on doing like different sound effects, and when he's going into like doing Yakko, where he's like literally like the Yakko rap where he's going through like in Panama, like I can't even do it. Like I can't even do Yakko's voice unless I were to sit down and like study it. But no, that is a super duper incredible for you to say. You're probably just saying it because we're friends, but I do appreciate the kindness and the kind words for the voices. And I do hope that everybody's enjoying this. Like this literally for me is practice. So it's something that like I really do enjoy doing. I would like to do it professionally, but you know, you got to start somewhere. Even at my advanced age. At my old elderly age, I can still chase my dreams. Thank you. I appreciate it. I truly do appreciate it. It does make me very happy. And the guy that does Daffy and Bugs, if you're talking about Mel Blanc, I think Mel Blanc is the original voice actor. No, it's true. I wasn't looking at my phone when you did the lady's voice for a second. I was like, how the fuck did I get an ad? That's amazing. I love that. That's amazing. But if you're talking about Mel Blanc was one of I think he's the originator of like the Bugs and Daffy voice, unless you're talking about one of the newer ones. I don't know the newer voice actors, but I think it was Mel Blanc was like one of the OGs who did so many Looney Tunes voices. They're literally like masters of voice acting. Growing up watching as many cartoons and things like that, like I've always been obsessed with voices. I've always wanted to do voices. That's why
Like when I talk, I can do Arnold. Like I can do Arnold Schwarzenegger.
like it's just something I used to do just when I just used to sit around with friends and just do voices to entertain them because they thought it was funny. So I would just have random conversations with them and just swap voices and switch voices. But that's mimicking. That's mimicking. I'm sorry, it's Daffy and Porky Pig was one of the new actors. Oh, nice. The new actors are still really good because they mimic the old ones. That's despicable. That's despicable. Yeah, yep. So like mimicking is where a lot of like I was doing some research and I was actually watching a voice actor earlier today. She was talking about how she breaks down voices. And she was talking about how she was doing Iron Mouse's voice, and Iron Mouse was reacting to the clip and literally having like an existential crisis, and she was talking about how like mimicking and doing things like that, and I never even realized that that's what I grew up doing, was like mimicking voices. So that's one thing about playing this game and reading this for everybody, like everybody that's in here and like hanging out with me. It means so much to me because this is something different for me. This is outside of my comfort zone of mimicking voices. This is creating voices for the characters based on what I think they should sound like. So this is actually very, very difficult for me to do. This is a lot more difficult than me coming in and being like, yeah, I'm Meat Rod, what up, you dig? Yeah. Heard being like Kermit the Frog here, it ain't easy being green. Like, those are easy for me to do because I've heard those voices 1,000 times. I've mimicked them over and over again. Those voices live inside my head rent-free. But when I'm creating a voice for these characters, like, it's super difficult. Which is why I'm taking breaks here and there, like in between each chapter. Also, I don't know if you're going to make a YouTube of this, but I can if you would like, because people need to see this shit. I mean, I do send all of my VODs over to YouTube, so it will be going over there. As far as like cutting it up and editing it, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not real good at doing the whole editing thing, but I am gonna be sending this full VOD over to my YouTube. But I do appreciate that you think people need to see this. But yeah, that's why I'm taking breaks like in between each chapter, checking in, because I'm not trying to break immersion while I'm mid-story, because I'm doing my best to get everybody locked in. Like, I want everybody to lock in and just get immersed in the story, which is why I'm like doing really, I'm trying my best to really embody the characters, remember the voices, have the voices stay similar throughout, and have every voice be different. I don't want them to just be slight variations on each other. I want them all to be wholly unique to them, so that when you hear a voice, you're like, oh, this is fucking Oboya, or this is Melusine, or this is our MC. I'm so locked in when I was mad. I got fucking out. This is just this my thing. Like, it's and if people like this, I will try and find more. I will try and find more visual novels or things like that that have more male characters, so that I can actually voice act. Because if it's female cast heavy, I can't do it a service. I can't do it a service if it's female cast heavy, because I can't do those voices. BL, maybe. I mean, I've no aversion to it. I have absolutely no aversion to it. I just literally said I have no aversion to it, but that after that, the Zombie creates a fansly for all NSFW content. Come over and hear him literally voice act BL banging. I'm not adverse to it. I was having a conversation on Reddit the other day because there's a corporate VTuber group that's taking auditions, and they do a lot of NSFW voice work, but they're only accepting females. Because I messaged them like, that's such a bummer, because like I've never done lewd stuff, and somebody's like, honestly, if you've never done lewd stuff, they'll probably just throw out your resume if down the road they do accept males. So in all honesty, I'm not adverse to it. I've nothing against any NSFW work. So if that is something that people would want, hell, I'm not against it. I'm not against voice acting BL stuff. I don't care. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. All right. Back to it. God, I gotta lock back in.
That said, you don't let it discourage you. Elle agreed that the circumstances are far from ideal, but they did insist that the end of all free thought can still be prevented. Not much of an endorsement, but better than nothing. You arrive at the office bright and early, relieved to see a brunch trays and banners removed from the reception area. The room's bleak Art Deco majesty is mildly undermined by the lingering smell of subpar bacon that the ammoniac cleaner has failed to wash out. You head towards the elevators, consulting the nearby map, which lists codes to access each floor. The names of Smyrna Corp's departments have been listed next to each one. Encryptology, future-proofing, evaporation, substitution, and of course, the ever-inscrutable nursery. You'll need to collect all 4 certificates to find out why it's called the Hive, and you'll need to get it done in 4 days or less. After all, the Radium Inc. partnership is scheduled to be signed next Monday. Past that point, it'll be too late for Elle to leak Smyrna Corp's data to the world. That doesn't leave you a lot of wiggle room. Plus, even though Melusine will be more than willing to expedite the substitution certification process, you have no idea what to expect from the other supervisors. Well, only one way to find out. Taking a deep breath, you pick your first battle in the war for certification. Where will you go?
Where do you want me to go first, chap? Future proofing, encryptology, or evaporation, or substitution. Those are your 4 choices. Future proofing, encryptology, evaporation, or substitution. We have to go to all 4 eventually. I'm letting you guys make the choice of which one you want me to go to first. Lemon votes evaporation. Okay. Anybody else have an opinion? Anybody else have an opinion? Brina over there chuckling. Okay. I'm going to make the choice in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're going with evaporation. Chapter complete. Proceed to the Evaporation Department. The Evaporation Department.
Despite following the building's map's directions, finding the evaporation department is no easy feat. There are so many unmarked doorways and twisting concrete halls standing between you and your destination. You almost get the impression that the place has been quarantined from the rest of Smyrna Corp. Almost like a relative living in a retirement home no one wants to visit. And much like a retirement home, you soon discover a closed-off area that feels old, empty, and reminiscent of a boring tomb. It's a small room, designed to resemble the waiting area of a doctor's office, albeit one that hasn't seen any patients or renovations in a couple decades. Weirder still is that everything from the decor to the ambiance just doesn't feel out of place to you, but to the rest of this office's eldritch, outlandish sensibilities. From the ugly furniture, baby blue felt sofas, discolored by age and disuse, are surrounded by asymmetric coffee tables made from solid plastic. Even an impoverished college student would find these pieces too trashy to pick up from the curb. To the potted plants, ferns, bonsai, and what once were flowers have all wilted into brown paper-dry husks, including the artificial ones somehow. Their dead hues blend in with the room's boring beige paint job. And even the ugly magazines, clumsily crammed into rustling racks, most of the quiche-looking cover pages are too worn with age to be legible. The few exceptions are written in foreign alphabets you've never seen before. The only thing that fits Smyrna Corp's usual aesthetics are the myriad monochrome photographs framed upon the unflattering beige walls. Each one depicts some important-looking politician from some indistinguishable nation, shaking hands with one or more middle-class representatives. And even if their eyes hadn't been scrubbed out by streaks of black marker, you doubt you'd recognize a single person in those portraits. All in all, you're struck by an odd sense of peace. The kind you get when visiting museums or old buildings set to be demolished. A sad, depersonalized nostalgia for a place you've never visited, in an era you never lived in, that somehow feels as precious as a childhood memory. Hoping for some guidance regarding your certification, you approach a toll booth-shaped alcove built into the wall, likely a desk where secretaries would have normally greeted visitors. Unfortunately, it's completely empty, save for a rusted typewriter and a handwritten note congratulating someone on their recent retirement. Wiping away a layer of dust thicker than cake frosting, you notice the note was dated January 2005. Well, this isn't a promising start. How are you supposed to earn a certificate from a department that's been abandoned for years? Then, as you rack your brain for answers, you finally hear it. The faintest hint of a man's groaning voice. You strain yourself to listen closer and isolate the noise's source. Your ears eventually lure you to a half-open metal door, upon which hangs a cardboard sign inscribed with ominous words. Evaporation in progress. Do not disturb. A warning, obviously, but in your case, perhaps it could also be a dangerous invitation. Follow that voice. The door lets out a low-toned wail, grinding against rusted hinges. You tiptoe in, walking down a lightless hall that leads to a bright, open room. The further you go, the louder the groaning man's voice becomes. The room ahead is akin to an asylum's padded cell. Its claustrophobic floors, walls, and ceilings are all plastered in thick sepia carpeting, spotted with black stains that even Smyrna Corp's ammoniac cleaner couldn't wash away. An array of other decorative details immediately jump out at you. The large steel lockers set in each corner, to the old ergonomic dentist chair painted a hideous shade of turquoise. But it's hard to take in everything when the middle-aged man sitting in that chair is waving you a chipper hello.
Hello no. Hello there. You here to help with my procedure?
Wow. He actually looks happy, like genuinely happy. You're not used to that around here. What's more, he's actually wearing something other than a stupid black turtleneck. And his eyes are bright with excitement rather than dull with exhaustion. No way in hell is this an employee. Could he be a customer? When you open your mouth to ask that question, you're left gagging on the stranger's ungodly breath, hitting you from 10 paces away. A smell like warm, rotting eggs assaults your now stinging nostrils. The stench thicker than subtropical summer air. Bile curdles in your stomach like sour milk turning to sour cheese as you notice the man's proudly bared teeth are as gnarled and putrid brown as clumps of termite-nibbled wood. You hold back an urge to dry heave and look away from that rancid dentistry, only to see another man standing right behind you, his glare sharp as scalpel blades. In his hand dangles a bundle of long Kevlar straps and a gruesome-looking contraption made from jagged, blood-slicked steel. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Answer me. Now. The old man is short, yet you shrink back from him as though towered over by someone taller than Burgard. Despite his many wrinkles, age has failed to weigh him down. His shoulders are straight, his posture alert. The tone of his voice is harder than quenched steel, much like the metal that must have carved the features of his angular face. Hidden beneath his lab coat, you make out a rusty name tab pinned to his black uniform. Kazuyo Morioka, Senior Evaporation Supervisor.
I'm not doing a Japanese accent. FYI. Mr. Kurioka, is something wrong? Nope, we changed that voice. Hold on. Mr. Kurioka, is something wrong? Not yet, Theodore. Please, remain seated. Now, I need you to understand something, trespasser. Mr. Zadrzinski requested that his evaporation procedure occur with minimal outside interference. So why, pray tell, did you enter this room despite the sign outside specifically requesting you not to? Alright, one second. I have to make notes. Okay.
Honestly, you're wondering the same thing. The Kevlar belts in Kazuya's fists sway like pendulums, and his knuckles whiten as his grip tightens. You sense he might be warming up to swing them at your head. Better defuse the situation. Something in the man's cold stare assures you he's not afraid to use violence, whether as first or last resort. Stand your ground. You can't leave without certification. The fate of the free world is in your hands, and time is running out. Threats like this won't scare you, not when you need that evaporation certificate. Either offended or impressed by your courage, the stiff-faced supervisor's harsh stance softens. Ah, you must be the one Oboya spoke of. I'm surprised he wasn't lying about bringing new blood to our department. We've had no company recruits assigned here since the restructuring in '99. Well, you'll have to excuse my prior hostility, but you'll also have to excuse my current unavailability. I'm in no position to be supervising your initiation, let alone your certification. As I'm sure you can tell, we're incredibly short-staffed, and Mr. Zadruzinski can't exactly evaporate himself. Seconding his technician's words, the rotten-toothed man gives a polite wave, no doubt impatient to undergo evaporation. Kazuyo, meanwhile, waves you toward the door. No doubt impatient for you to leave and come back next week. Considering what's at stake, you can't afford that kind of setback. Standing firm despite budding anxiety, you insist that your certification needs to be done today. Doesn't matter if you have to wait until Theodore's procedure is finished, or sit back and watch Kazuo perform every grueling step of it. One way or another, you will get what you need. With a deep sigh, the old man's stark figure seems to deflate. Your arguments must have been sufficiently convincing, or sufficiently pathetic, for him to try hearing you out. Very well, I suppose indulging a single onlooker wouldn't be so unreasonable a request. That being said, I must insist that my client's procedure remain the utmost priority. And I won't just hand out certificates to someone who sits back and watches. or relies strictly on theoretical knowledge. I need to witness some resolve, befitting of the responsibilities inherent to our department. Which is why you'll be getting your hands dirty and completing this evaporation procedure with me. You definitely didn't like the way he emphasized the word dirty, but at least you've convinced him. Theodore, for his part, looks overjoyed at the prospect of being used as an example. He claps and squeals like a preteen about to watch their favorite boy band play a live encore. Oh, this is exciting. Now I won't be the only one doing this for the first time. It will also be your last time. Do not forget, our business rapport must remain temporary. Now then, new blood. Make yourself useful while I finish Mr. Zadrinsky's preparations. Please retrieve the briefcase containing Theodore's case file and a pair of pliers on the bottom shelf of that cabinet. The combination lock's passcode is 7862. The old man may not have threatened you, but his tone is firm and cold enough to make you sprint towards the locker. Sure enough, the stainless steel door has been sealed behind an unusually shaped, vertically aligned combination lock. Though small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, it's surprisingly heavy and appears dense enough to withstand high-caliber rifles. Thankfully, its myriad buttons offer a much simpler means of entry. Mechanisms inside the device snap into place with satisfying clicks, and the padlock hits the ground. But as the door it's sealed cracks open, you wish it had remained closed. Inside the locker rests an assortment of ghastly tools, chipped and scratched by overuse. Manacles with inch-thick chains, blowtorches of all shapes and sizes, straight razors with Damascus-forged blades, brown glass bottles filled with chemicals, their labels worn down to illegible is not a fucking word. Scriptures of ingredients and side effects. The only thing you can't see is a single speck of dust. Probably because these tools see action far too often for any to accumulate.
We're changing some voices around. Badly eligible? Yeah. Illegible. Okay, I'll reread it. Hold on. Like you can't read it? Yeah. Yep, illegible. It's just not a word I see too often. Hold on, we're changing voices. We're changing some voices around. I need to figure out a better voice for Kuroka. We're switching Zadrinsky to Russian because that's literally an Eastern European last name. Kuroka. Hold on, let me... Okay. Trying to think. I'm gonna mute for a second. Let me try some stuff out. I knew what you meant. Okay. We're here we go. We're switching Kuroka. See how this goes. No, you didn't sound like an asshole. I'm gonna start back up here. I'm gonna start back up here.
Inside the lockers rests an assortment of ghastly tools, chipped and scratched by overuse. Manacles with inch-thick chains, blowtorches of all shapes and sizes, straight razors with Damascus-forged blades, brown glass bottles filled with chemicals, their labels worn down due to illegible scriptures of ingredients and side effects. The only thing you can't see is a single speck of dust, probably because these tools see far too much action far too often for any to accumulate. Please do not leave fingerprints anywhere inconvenient. Retrieve only the items I requested.
How's that? How's that for Kuroka?
Is that okay? Yes.
Would you like to know where I came up with it? Just a side note, would you like to know where I came up with it? It's really kind of funny. Yes. Oh, hello. What was his name on Star Trek? What was his name on Star Trek? The very, very eccentric man that everybody super loves. Oh my god, I cannot believe I forgot his name. I can't believe I forgot his name. I can't believe I forgot his name. Starts with a G. I can't fucking remember. I can't believe I forgot his fucking name. But anyway, you know who I'm talking about. Oh, hello. No. Wikipedia. Star Trek. Original series. Sulu. Hikaru Sulu is played by George Takei. So I just in my head I could hear George Takei. Oh, hello. And I'm like, if I drop that down some octaves and I leave out the flamboyantness, please do not leave fingerprints anywhere inconvenient. Retrieve only the items I requested. Do you hear it a little bit? Am I just blowing smoke? Because in my head, that's what it reminded me of. Please do not leave fingerprints. Remember, chat, when I'll never be famous, but how can I forget you guys? But okay, we're switching. That's gonna be Kurokawa's new voice. Kuroka's new voice. So sorry about that. I didn't feel right leaving him Russian, where I had the Eastern European sounding last name be fucking like Cockney British. So we've changed them. Please do not leave fingerprints anywhere inconvenient. Retrieve only the items I requested. Hopefully that voice sounds unique enough and not like my own voice.
The old supervisor barks his directives over the sound of shuffling Kevlar straps and fastening buckles, punctuated by Theodore's nervous chuckling. You reach for the metal briefcase on the bottom shelf, its clasp secured by the same unwieldy padlock as the door that protected it. A wave of relief washes over you as you notice the pair of simple channel lock pliers lying atop it, which look downright dinky next to the gruesome tools above. Odds are Kazuya only needs them to adjust a screw or something. Unfortunately, the second you turn around, you no longer believe that convenient lie. The ever-enthusiastic Theodore's smile has been warped by mounting dread as Kazuo finishes strapping his limbs and neck to the dentistry chair. His chest falls and rises with deep, fearful breaths, his twinkling eyes now focused on the pliers in your now shaking hands. Kuroka, meanwhile, unfolds the metal device he was clutching before. It appears to be a cage-like contraption made of steel wires and jagged braces, vaguely shaped like the inside of a human mouth. You've never seen anything like it before, but something tells you that you're about to discover its intended use, because the old man nods your way and makes a simple stomach-churning inquiry. Would you rather hold his head or pull his teeth? Theodore's grin grows wider, savoring his last smile.
Let's rip his teeth out.
He's testing your determination. Offer to pull Theodore's teeth, you'll look tougher that way. Kazuo did mention resolve was a key factor for evaporation certification, so you might as well make yourself look confident to improve your odds. After all, he's not really going to make you torture this guy. Right?
I suspect you've underestimated the importance and intensity of our department's responsibilities. As you may have learned during orienteering, our department handles the physical intervention components of replacement procedures. This can mean abducting high-priority targets, securing volatile assets, or even assassinating potential nuisances. Relatively standard liquidation procedures, really. Our true goal is much simpler and more compassionate, however. Furthermore, it actually predates Murder Corp's reconfiguration into a corporate entity.
The supervisor gestures to customer, who seems utterly unperturbed by your conversation or his state of belted bondage. If anything, he mostly seems to be wondering why you haven't started yet.
There are people in this world for whom society is a prison, be it due to caste, criminal history, marital dissatisfaction, or financial status. Many seek to embrace their fate and start over with a clean slate, to embrace the right to be forgotten. In a world that is always keeping track of everything we've ever done. From innocuous pictures on social media to birth certificates or social security numbers. In other words, this department doesn't only dispose of company enemies, it also performs procedures necessary to erase willing participants from their current lives, ensuring that they remain untraceable by eliminating all possible evidence of their existence from the world, and sometimes that involves removing a client's teeth, so that no one can track them down with dental records we failed to delete. Unfortunately, as you may have guessed by the state of his molars, Theodore suffers grave psychological trauma relative to invasive buccal procedures. Hence, despite his extreme willingness to undergo full evaporation, I anticipate the process will be rather difficult. He's probably right, you know. Me and dentists do not get along, so I'm probably gonna squirm an awful lot.
Though the middle-aged customer is smiling, his nails have sunk into the chair's armrests, already braced for pain. Cold sweat thicker than hair gel slicks down his unkempt beard and makes his forehead glisten like a funhouse mirror. A shiver runs through your body, though you cannot tell what scares you more. The fact you might be forced to subject someone to atrocity, or the fact someone would suffer it so enthusiastically. The average human being has 32 teeth. The fact that Theodore's are rotten might make them easier to remove, but that's still a lot of slow, deliberate violence to inflict on another person. And even if you're strong enough to remove every single one, there's no promise you can stomach so much cruelty without passing out. Besides, even if the fate of the world depends on this evaporation certificate, Can you really go through this? The department's stoic supervisor stares you down, awaiting the answer to that question. There's no choice. Tell Kazuo you agree to help perform the procedure. Side note, just pretend that the infection in his teeth will kill him.
That was my side note. That was not in the book.
Your blood goes cold, your hands are shaking, you're sweating as much as Theodore. But if this is your only chance to take down Smyrna Corp, doing the impossible is a small price to pay. Though Kazuo's expression remains impassive, you get the sense he might be smiling. Glad I can count on your cooperation. Smyrna Corp would be a far kinder place if more people had your breed of compassionate courage. The old man gestures to some paperwork pinned to a corkboard on the wall. Rather than pins or thumbtacks, the company-issued forms are held in place with bladed weapons, ranging from unfurled butterfly knives to triple-pronged medical instruments. I'll be sorting through my latest reports. Let me know if you have questions or signal me once you're ready to begin. Feel free to converse with Mr. Zadruinsky or to peruse his case file as well. Perhaps you might unearth information that could aid our coming process. And with that, the stoic supervisor is gone, leaving Theodore strapped to the dental chair, unable to escape. His blank eyes dart from side to side, his happy smile growing a bit anxious.
So, what now?
Good question. The briefcase's case file contains crucial information. Let's take a look. Knowledge is power, and you specifically want the power to not pull a man's teeth out. There's a chance this case file only contains tips on how to better butcher Theodore's maw, or overly invasive trivia about his private life, but you'll take what you can get. The chromed briefcase is surprisingly heavy, even though it contains only paper. The file Kazuo mentioned must be borderline encyclopedic. No way to tell for sure, though. The briefcase itself is armor-plated, reinforced to deter unwanted intrusions, and its hefty combination lock appears just as unassailable as the one that kept the locker barred. No way a weakling like you can open this thing with brute force alone, not without an industrial-grade jackhammer anyway. Here's hoping you know the password.
Oh, fuck. Hey, Nosuke. Armor-plated briefcase. Welcome in. I'm voice acting.
Take a closer look at the combination lock and start fiddling. A 4-digit password with 10 possible numbers to choose from that has a total of 10,000 combinations. You'll either need to be very lucky or very informed to get this thing open. Cracking your knuckles, you prepare to find out which of these apply to you. Shit. After typing in your attempted password, the padlock suddenly begins emitting an ominous ticking sound. Fearing that you triggered some sort of self-destruct countdown, you press the buttons in a panic, hoping to stop the process, but all of them have become completely unresponsive. Not a bomb then, just a lockout timer meant to discourage ambitious burglars. It might be wiser to look for clues, otherwise you could end up wasting hours trying to crack this thing open. And if that happens, well, let's just say it'll be like pulling teeth. Come back once you find the code. This is pointless without at least a portion of the password pre-deciphered. You better leave and go look for it, or at least connive a sounder strategy. Whatever you do, you'd better do it fast. Kazuo looks impatient, and he won't wait forever. Take a closer look at the documents pinned to the pegboard. Though intimidated by the assortment of razor-sharp blades used in lieu of thumbtacks, you scour the paperwork for potentially relevant information. Though most appear to be messily written medical files, one sheet in particular is listed as evidence used to justify a Smyrna Corp employee's internal assassination. You have acquired incriminating evidence. Chat with Theodore. He won't be able to speak for long. It's not every day you meet a normal citizen in a Shadow Corporation's most secretive sector, let alone one who's happy to be here. How he ended up at Smyrna Corp and why he's so gung-ho about leaving his old life behind will probably make for quite the story. You approach Mr. Zadruinsky, who despite being strapped to that dentistry chair appears at complete ease. You give him a nervous wave hello, but the red-haired customer only reacts to the greeting when you start to cough on his palpably foul breath. Can he not see you?
Hello there, stranger. Were you coming to do prep work for my evaporation thingy? I can't wait to get started.
Man, he's really looking forward to this, huh? Or he's looking forward to it being over. Anyway, because his glazed eyes keep darting towards the pliers in your hand, no doubt dreading their intended purpose. At least you two have that in common. To clarify, you're only here to learn more about your soon-to-be patient. Rather than appear disappointed, the middle-aged fellow seems more than willing to lend assistance.
Sure, ask away. It's pretty easy to be an open book when all your pages are about to become blank.
Alright. Let's ask about the briefcase first. Do you know how to unlock that briefcase? I need something inside it. You figured he'd be forthcoming, consider his procedure is at stake, yet, as if remembering an inside joke made at your expense, the man's rotting smile contorts into a smug grin.
Sorry, Mr. Kurioka told me I'm not allowed to answer that. Said it would help teach other employees to practice empathy and active listening. If you want the answer, you'll have to pay attention to what I say and guess the answer.
There's no ill will in his tone.
Have a good time at work, Inosuke.
There's no ill will in his tone, but neither is there room for argument. Seems you'll need to do more sleuthing if you care to find out what's going on. Not to be rude, but are your eyes okay? It would be one thing if the guy were completely blind, but he is obviously reacting to your movements, and he makes eye contact when speaking. What's the deal?
Oh, right. I forgot you're even newer to all this than I am. I'm fine, nothing to worry about. Things just got a bit blurry since my laser surgery. Makes it harder to see sometimes, but it is a pretty common side effect of getting your retinas blasted off. Or so I hear.
Laser surgery? Before you can ask when the hell that happened, you notice a few details about Zadrinsky's appearance you couldn't notice from a distance. Strange, subtle evidence of very specifically inflicted wounds. There's his eyes, of course. This doesn't just look like a bad case of cataracts. Each milky white eyeball has a faint scar running over each pupil, as though slit by a micron-thin scalpel. But there's also something on his fingers. Hidden amid the stench of terminal gingivitis, you smell a whiff of burning meat coming from Theodore's hands. The tip of his digits have been seared blacker than a drunk dad's most disastrous barbecue. And syringes in his wrists, tiny intravenous needles puncture the veins of both his arms, one side drawing plentiful blood, the other transfusing a fresh supply back into his system. Each is attached to a tube, which leads to a compartment under the dental chair. A washed-out sticker has been apposed atop it, bearing a perplexing message. RH factor alteration in progress. Do not remove. cornea is damaged to prevent retinal scans, fingerprints removed to limit potential tracking, blood type alteration to eliminate any ties to donation banks. Like Kazuo said, evaporation doesn't just mean erasing paper trails. It involves the removal of anything a person could be tracked down with. Extracting Theodore's teeth might be insane, but it serves a purpose in preserving his anonymity through undesirable dental records. And considering everything else he's been through, losing a few teeth is a drop in the ocean. You have to give Zadruinsky credit. He's tougher than he looks. And for him to still be smiling after going through all this, he must really, really want to disappear.
Anything else you want to know? Don't be shy now.
There are papers in Theodore's lap. Was he reading something? The jaunty fellow gladly offers you the documents, claiming he can't see well enough to make the words out anymore. He only skimmed it at Kazuo's request, who said this was what an exemplary evaporation client should look like. You have acquired Evaporation Interview Transcript DD. Kazuo said you have dentistry-related trauma. Your question, much like a mishandled root canal, seems to have struck a nerve. Theodore winces as though you already yanked out one of his compost-colored molars. He begins to shiver, rattling the metal device strapped to his head. At first, Zadruinsky regards you with suspicion, as though broaching the subject of his phobia is a bridge too far, even for him. But after ample umming and eyeing, he reluctantly decides to share his tale.
My dad was a dentist, but more importantly, he was an alcoholic. A violent one. At first, he'd only go after my mother, calling her names or breaking things when he got angry. But the day he struck her, she filed for divorce and left his ass. Right then and there. Smart move, I think. Problem was, her being gone meant he could only take his anger out on me. It started off small, some name-calling when he'd catch me eating sweets, sending me to bed hungry if I didn't brush my teeth. But pretty soon it got dangerous. He'd scream and spit at me if I had bad breath, saying he'd never help a patient as disgusting as me. He'd beat me upside the head if he caught me eating processed sugar. He'd even stab me in the arms with dental picks if ever he thought I didn't floss. Though even if I did, he was usually too drunk to tell the difference.
Theodore sniffles, milky white eyes glistening with emotion. Yet despite his sorrow, a smile manages to tickle the corners of his bearded lips. After a few shallow breaths to gather his courage, he manages to conclude his story.
By the time he drank himself to death and I moved to my first foster home, not taking care of my teeth kind of became a way to get back at him, you know. It was a way to prove he couldn't hurt me anymore. No matter what I did or how bad it got. But, it's pretty obvious I let things get way worse than ever should have. Huh.
You try to reassure him, saying you don't blame him for what happened. The trauma he must have suffered to resort to such a coping mechanism must have been extreme indeed. And the courage to go through with evaporation despite that is nothing to scoff at. After an uncomfortably long and awkward silence, Zadruzinski clears his throat and shuffles in his seat. His bleak expression regains its prior pep.
Anyway, that's my story. Hope it explains some of the jitters.
Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? Why are you going through with this procedure? According to Kazuo, willful self-evaporation isn't something people choose on a whim. It's quite literally life-changing. But why would someone go genuinely joyful go through this? What kind of calamity could have driven Theodore into this corner?
Ha! If you think I look happy, it must be because I'm about to be freed from a life that never let me be happy. I won't give you the whole sub story, it's too boring to bother telling. But to keep things short, I was born abroad, then moved here after my mom left my dad for being an abusive asshat, after which she began beating me. Then, I hopped between foster homes a few times, tried to be an artist, failed, got married to someone I didn't love, had 2 kids I never wanted. The usual.
Congrats, Bex.
Other than that, my only pride and joy was the shop I opened, a grocery store, right at the edge of town. 5530 Foods and Fruits, freshest in the West End. That's how I answered the phone, you know? About 50 times a day, 7 days a week for 23 years. I don't know if I'll ever stop answering calls that way, no matter what Kazuo does to me. Anyway, after a while, I couldn't take it anymore. Never following my dreams, killing myself with overwork just to feed kids who never liked me, and a wife who cheated behind my back. I felt like a zombie. Heck, I was even less than a zombie. At least those things crave brains. I didn't even crave death enough to kill myself. Anyway, I started looking for ways out. Divorce lawyers, bank loans, fake passports, you name it, but none of it seemed right. There was always something holding me back from completely starting over.
There is silence as you struggle to digest this unpalatable tale. You can tell the man's grief is genuine, his desperation real. And if you had been in his place, you're not entirely convinced you would have chosen differently. Some people perhaps need something like Smyrnacorp to escape their lives. Minus the lobotomies and the attempts to eliminate free will, that is.
Anyway, that's all water under the bridge. Ever since I got scouted by Smyrnacorp, I've been living my best life. And once my evaporation's done, I'll be living an even better one.
Well, at least his good mood is back, but there's still a few uncertainties nagging at you. What do you plan on doing with your new life? Without his past weighing him down, Theodore will be free to do anything he wants. He could try to become an artist again, marry someone who he actually loves, start a business he actually wants to own. But the man's answer is both much simpler and much, much more complicated than that.
Honestly, I have no idea what I'll do. And that's what's great about it, because I can do anything I want. No matter how big or how small. I won't lie, part of me wants to do all the things I never got to do in my old life. Getting over what my dad did. Touring the home country a bit. Learning to paint a bit better. But I'm looking forward to trying all the things I never even thought of doing too. And my old life won't be there to stop me from trying anymore. Whether I end up homeless or movie star famous, I'll be happy. Because at least my life will be mine this time. And that's not nothing, is it?
No, it definitely isn't. You've basically been enslaved by this nutcase of a company. The thought of having your messy life under your own control again is the only thing that's keeping you going. Why name your grocery store after a number? Theodore rises uncomfortably beneath the Kevlar belts as if finally realizing how tight they are. He bites his lip, flustered, his rotten teeth staining the pale skin with brown.
Ugh. It was just a stupid mistake I made while filling out paperwork. I got 2 of the columns mixed up and ended up listing the address number as the business name instead. Funny though, isn't it? It was just one teensy tiny typo, Made somewhere around 3 a.m. while trying to rock my daughter back to sleep. It ended up haunting me for almost 20 years. 5530 Foods and Fruits, freshest in the West End. It's the background music in my nightmares at this point. But it's also the only thing I ever did right in my life, even if it was built on a foundation of sloppy spell checking and slightly unripe mangoes. Bit silly of me to be mourning that store more than my own kids, isn't it?
Silly feels like a euphemism. Knowing Theodore still has some attachment to his past life, bittersweet as it may be, does humanize him a little bit. But the fact he didn't care much for the daughter he'd been rocking to sleep takes that humanity away. Either way, there is something intriguing about this 5530 situation. The way Theodore talks about it, it sounds less like a number and more like a life chapter he's never really gotten over. One way or another, those 4 digits carry major significance. Hold on. You were scouted by Smyrna Corp? How? He says it so matter-of-factly. Considering you didn't know the company existed until a few days ago, you have no idea how they reached out to Theodore without being discovered, let alone how they stopped him from blabbing about it.
Oh, right. You wouldn't know about that either. Based on what Karaoke told me, Smyrna Corp uses these folks called doppelgang members as like spies or something. I had a hard time following that part of his spiel, honestly. Anyway, one of them must have caught me looking up bootleg passports online because I got a call from a company rep asking if I was interested in qualifying for a Fresh Start program. So I came into their offices, signed a few things, answered a few questionnaires, got labeled a non-threat by some risk assessment team, and here we are now. Pretty nifty, right?
You force yourself to nod along, careful not to alarm the easygoing Theodore. But your mind is already racing, picturing what they would have done if those tests had labeled him as dangerous. Something tells you it would either involve a microchip or a bone saw to the dome. More concerning, however, is just how many eyes and ears Smyrna Corp must have posted all over the world. Dome saw. If they can survey so many people down to their most minute interactions, no doubt their information network will grow even vaster once the Radium Inc. deal goes through. Ask Theodore about something else. You thank Theodore for sharing his story, but he's quick to claim it was no big deal. If anything, he should be thanking you for keeping a tied-up fellow company. Trying not to retch on the stench of his laugh, you pursue your interrogation with watering eyes. That's all for now. Thank you for your time. You wave Theodore goodbye, and he returns the gesture while reminding you to hurry up. He can't wait to start his new life. Free from the old one's baggage. Instinctively, you tongue your chops, making sure your own teeth are still in place and not going anywhere. You just realize his voice sounds like OG Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 1? Yeah, kinda. I kinda based this voice off of an old grizzled noir detective and Snake from Metal Gear Solid 1. They all gotta come from somewhere, you know. They all gotta come from somewhere. The briefcase case file contains crucial information. Best take a look. You return to the briefcase, your annoyed reflection staring back at its chrome surface. Though inanimate and immobile, the object seems to taunt you with a defiant display of inaccessibility. However, it won't be mocking you much longer. I'm not going to read that. We already read that. I'm thinking It's 5530. With neither warning nor spectacular flourish, the combination lock whirs open, then thumps onto the carpeted floor. As though gasping its last breath,
Well, I didn't need to read it. I read it earlier.
the briefcase yawns open, revealing a fat manila file stuffed full of documentation detailing Zadruzinski's life. Freshest in the West End, indeed. If it weren't for Theodore's impending evaporation, you'd offer to become 5530 Foods and Fruit's most loyal customer as thanks for this. Oh, the meme. You're good, buddy. You're good. You reach into the briefcase and retrieve the massive collection of barely held together medical reports and interview transcripts. There's at least 10 pounds worth of paper to pour through. Security clearance level 7A. Ampersand pi. I don't know what that one is. Files are equal parts informative and gibberish. Most appear to cover the preliminary evaluations Zadruzinski underwent pre-evaporation, and the thoroughness with which Zadruzinski Karaoke carried them all out. Sigma, thank you. Sigma, Sigma boy. Sigma, Sigma boy. Sigma, Sigma boy. Okay. Most appear to cover the preliminary evaluations Zadruzinski underwent pre-evaporation, and the thoroughness with which Karaoke carried them all out. There is, however, one specific detail in the case file that surprises you. Known dental history, not applicable. Theodore, it appears, never had any dental records to begin with. That would definitely explain how his compost brown chompers managed to degenerate that badly. But it doesn't explain what caused the neglect to begin with. More perplexing, however, is why Kazuo is so determined to mangle his patient's jaws if there's no way for him to be tracked down through dental profiling. Is it a mistake, or something he willingly overlooked? Whatever the case, you suspect it'll be tough to change a supervisor's mind. He doesn't exactly strike you as the type of person eager to take the easy way out. Evidence might let you convince him that torturing Theodore is a net negative, but unless you get to know him better, you'll be left with no clear idea of how best to persuade him. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, and the hydrate. Okay. Thank you. Alright, we don't need to do this. Kazuo and the evaporation department are total enigmas. Ask him about both. Smyrnacore prioritizes covert operations and employees who perform their grisly work with unquestioning, unfeeling obedience. Kazuo, meanwhile, genuinely cares about his job and the people affected by it. Hard to tell if that's comforting when so many of those people end up dead. You tiptoe toward the assassin, careful not to make a sound. Cold sweat trickles down your face as you watch him absent-mindedly twirl a butterfly knife, snipping apart a piece of paperwork like an automatic shredder. For the pipes, oh for sure. Sensing your approach, he abruptly about-faces, snatching the scraps of paper mid-air and stuffing them down his lab coat's pocket. Still twirling his weapon about, he stares you down, eyes impassive yet impatient. Something you were curious about, or are you ready to get started? Transfixed by the still swirling dagger, you swallow hard, tugging at your turtleneck's taut collar. Hopefully your questions won't make the Stone Cold Killer want to cut you instead. Tell me about yourself. How did you become a corporate hitman? Asking coworkers how they got their jobs is usually less dramatic. Upon hearing your question, Kazuo's narrow eyes thin themselves into harsher slits, their glare sharper than any weapon he's pinned to the nearby wall. Hitman, corporate, don't insult me, new blood. I may be a contract killer by circumstance, but I remain a humanitarian at heart. And I do so in spite of the capitalistic animals who corrupted what Smyrnacor used to be. The old man's cold anger feels like a garrote wire pressing against your neck. Scared and struggling to breathe, you babble out incoherent apologies, unsure what sparked such sudden hatred. Noticing your confusion, Karaoka lets out a deep, dour sigh. Soon his eyes are no longer sharp with anger, but appear dulled by melancholic nostalgia. In my home country, there are those we refer to as Johatsu, people who pay private companies to vanish from society without a trace, hoping to begin a new existence freed from the burdens of the old. Sometimes they are office workers escaping a business that will overwork them to death. Others are merely criminals wishing to wipe the record clean of their younger selves' past sins. Most are merely hopeless souls looking to commit suicide without making their families realize love was insufficient. Thousands of us are reported missing every year, and not just because of Smyrnacor. Thousands of us? Does he mean? Indeed. Decades ago, I sacrificed my career and dignity to become Johatsu, and it was the best decision my past self ever made. No longer was I trapped working for a cause I couldn't believe in. No longer was I shackled to a lover I did not care for. No longer did I practice tying knots to hang myself in our kitchen. I could simply be what I wanted to be without the burden of expectation. And more than anything, I wanted to become the kind of person who could provide the same fresh start those evaporators had provided me. That is why I enrolled as a member of Gertrude Borodine's Humane Society, the original Smyrnacor. Is he implying this company actually used to be a nice place to work? After all you've witnessed, a humane society feels like a flat-out lie. But the longing in Kazuo's eyes is impossible to overlook. He yearns for that unlikely past with the fervor of a lover mourning their lost soulmate. Maybe you should learn more about this Borodine person. What was Borodine's Humane Society exactly? It sounds inspiring. Though you remain skeptical about this Gertrude woman's selfless intentions, it's hard to deny just how fondly Kazuo regards his former leader's mission, nor how tainted he thinks her legacy too has become. Ms. Borodine was a woman of tremendous vision and boundless compassion. Her actions were not guarded by a bottom line or by potential control of the world, and that made all the difference. In her eyes, humanity's increasing reliance upon technology could compromise the concept individual privacy, which would in turn transform the components of citizen identity into assets ripe for exploitation. A foe that could never not be vanquished with scientific advancement alone. To that end, she created the Smyrna Society, an organization dedicated to preserving human freedom and access to non-digitized information, a haven against the obfuscation of an increasingly post-truth world. Gertrude strove to provide evaporation services to people seeking better lives, to preserve historic information certain governments would see forgotten, and we, her followers, were glad to serve that ambition. An unexpected smile blossoms across Kazuo's brightening face, his hard features softening into those of a man less accustomed to violence. His eyes drift toward the name tag printed under his lab coat, studying its angelic Art Deco design. His smile wilts as he remembers what it used to look like, what it used to represent.
Sadly, the operating costs for such a complex, rapidly expanding organization ballooned at incomprehensible speeds. Soon we had no choice but to explore private revenue streams to sustain our operations. And as that clientele grew, so too did our mission statement grow increasingly unrecognizable. We began evaporating rebellious individuals against their consent, rewriting knowledge we once safeguarded to whitewash dark chapters of history, raising replacements inside laboratories to pursue profitability over humanity. A defilement of everything the Smyrna Society once stood for. Gertrude no longer held the reins of her creation, nor did anyone else really. The damage done to humanity was already too great, and those in positions of leadership grew too avaricious to consider salvaging what remained. Thus, rather than remain partisan to a now monstrous initiative, Borodine and her followers chose to evaporate themselves. They wished to be forgotten by history for the crimes they committed against it. Only I remain now, trying to provide what little compassion I can, while working within a company that craves control above all else. One might call my endeavor foolish, since I still abide by Smyrna Corp's directives, but I would rather commit great evil for the sake of good than sit back and do neither, as I had in my past life.
Sheesh. No wonder he felt so strongly about maintaining empathy in this line of work. Though you're not sure you agree with Karaoka's methods, it's hard not to admire his dedication, nor to pity his lost cause. In fact, you've noticed a martyr-like trend of self-loathing in the way he speaks, the kind often found in gifted children who are bullied by their peers before suddenly being exposed to intellectual obstacles they cannot overcome through talent alone. It's possible Karaoka sees himself as the last bastion of Borodine's original mission, and to fill this duty, he's become predisposed to unnecessarily excessive measures, primarily intended to prove his own devotion to himself. But if you find a better way to embody Borodine's principles, you might be able to talk him out of pulling Theodore's teeth. We're just going to keep getting information, chat. That's what we're going to do. If Borodine doesn't run the company, who the hell is in charge? A company this big and this influential should definitely have a board of directors, or at least a CEO. But where? And who? Could it be one of Gertrude's former followers? A supervisor like Oboya? A collective of world leaders? Kazuo rolls his eyes, shoulders slouching as he stares at a row of portraits framed upon a distant wall. The photograph faces range from acne-riddled teenagers to cartoonishly charming grandmothers wearing woolen shawls. You suspect most of them are people who no longer exist.
Listen well, new blood. I've been doing this job for a very, very long time, and I've asked myself that very question quite a few times. Not once have I uncovered a satisfying answer.
Wait, does this mean he isn't sure who runs the show either? But he's a supervisor. How can he not know where his orders are coming from? This whole company should have imploded 1,000 times over by now. As a mix of panic and outrage floods your system, Kazuo clears his throat with a sound like sharpened sabers slipping free of their scabbards.
Do not be naive. Many corporations keep their true hierarchies concealed for the benefit of privacy. And since Smyrna Corp controls so many private assets, so many people across the planet,
This level of obfuscation is imperative for its survival. That having been said, I've been here since the days of Gertrude Borodine. I've seen her life's work restructured into an engine of capitalism in real time. And even I could not identify those who sit atop the corporate ladder, nor even tell you how many rungs the ladder has. To be frank, there are times when I look at this company's nonsensical decisions or at its recent obsession with radium, and I wonder, what kind of person could concoct such an incoherent combination of contradictory choices, intentionally or otherwise? Are there many leaders steering the ship, all individually vying for supremacy? Are they creating an infinite feedback loop so their services are always in demand? Or perhaps is there no one sitting atop the throne, leaving the kingdom to bleed itself dry?
As demented as such a scenario seems, there's clearly an imbalance of power going on at the top. Maybe L plans to exploit some weakness inherent to Smyrnacor's executive structure in order to take it down. Squeezing your hand to muffle your thought-detecting microchips beeping, you decide to change the subject. How old is this Smyrna society anyway? Haruka makes the death of Borodine's dream sound like ancient history, yet Burgard also spoke of rock bands from the 60s as though he'd met them yesterday. The timeline of events here is vague at best, and this office's ultra-outdated decor probably isn't helping.
I'm afraid that I no longer remember that new blood, and Smyrnacorp made certain that no one on Earth ever would. The company's interference in human civilization has so fundamentally altered the foundations of recorded history, our very understanding of time itself has become irreparably warped. I could tell you Borodine disappeared 2 centuries ago, or that I will be born 60 years from now, and neither one would be a lie. Such is the extent of their greed-driven devastation.
You can't tell if Kazuo is claiming to be from the future, or that the current year isn't what you think it is, or both, or neither. But you doubt getting an answer would help things make more sense. Regardless, the lab coat-clad man clearly has nothing more to say on the matter. Why the Smyrna Society? Does that word mean something? Borodine and Smyrnacor's interests seem diametrically opposed, so it's strange that they both operated under a similar moniker. That irony isn't lost on Kuroka, if his scoffing is anything to go by. Thank you for the hydrate.
Smyrna was once a city in the heart of the Aegean Sea, set between the borders of countless nations, a repository of world history, a beating heart of international commerce, a mecca of the arts. However, it is also a place that changed constantly. For a time it was part of Roman Asia under the reign of Alexander the Great. Then it was subjugated by Ottoman imperialists. Come World War II, a great fire consumed massive swaths of its populace and treasures, after which it was renamed to Izmir, before then being placed under Turkish rule. And if we go even further back, there's proof it was once a village populated by indigenous peoples who predated Greek antiquity. Miss Borodine admired the area's phoenix-like ability to constantly rise from the ashes, continually reinvent itself, and persist in spite of endless socio-technological advancements, hence the moniker of her society, dedicated to similar goals. As for Smyrnacor,
The old man. His corkboard of knife-pin paperwork, the documents combined to form an ugly bureaucratic constellation,
Spitefully, he spits a glob of saliva onto one of the sheets, smudging the fine print. I can only presume those vultures' intentions, but I suspect they merely sought to keep the brand recognition Gertrude Society had built up, all while defiling its legacy. Or perhaps one of their precious focus groups suspected it would sound marketable to monstrous investors. Whatever the case may be, it remains a name steeped in tradition whose reputation has been trampled. That is all you need to know. Well, that history lesson had a sour ending. Then again, what history lesson doesn't these days? Ask where you could learn more about Gertrude Borodine. Kazuo looks hesitant and reaches beneath his lab coat, retrieving a sheet of time-yellowed paper. It looks like papyrus from ancient Egypt on the verge of becoming dust. He tells you to destroy the document after reading it, and nothing else. The contents must be rather controversial. You have acquired the Eraser Manifesto. Why did you choose to get evaporated? People rarely toss aside everything they've ever earned or accomplished without good reason, and Kazuo, you suspect, must have a compelling one indeed. Yet the second you ask him what it was, his ice-cold glare turns white-hot with rage. Why don't you explain which blood relative you'd prefer to sodomize if held at gunpoint, or tell me all the life experiences that inspired your preferred banking passwords? Don't you have compelling reasons informing those choices? You stagger back as the supervisor steps forward, his short stature seeming to tower over you more than ever. When you explain to him there's no way in hell you're telling him those things, Karaoke cuts you off. Precisely. If you care about your privacy when it comes to such trivial matters, I suggest you think twice before violating mine with insensitive questions. I apologize for my brusqueness, but you need to understand, my past life is a personal matter that I deliberately left behind, not some curious anecdote for strangers to gawk at. I ask only that you respect my right to be forgotten and learn to tolerate the itch of unsated curiosity. I spent good money to leave that man's sins buried and decades rebuilding an identity I could be proud of. Now I have the privilege of atoning by offering the same mercy this company gave me to other souls in need. That is all you need to know, and all you ever shall. Sheesh. Sore subject, huh? Kazuo's commitment to Smyrna makes a bit more sense at least. He's not just making a living, he's undergoing an act of penance, desperate to redeem himself for the crimes of a past life. But something tells you desperation is driving him to commit actions that serve his own martyr-like ego, rather than his clients'. Either way, you're in no hurry to irritate a consternated killer. You change the subject quickly, leaving the room's proverbial elephant utterly unaddressed. Let's circle back to this later, there's something else I want to ask. Kazuo's given you a lot to process, and he's still processing this stuff himself. You both need a breather. Luckily, there's plenty more you need to know. Loud chair noises, my apologies. Can you tell me more about the department? Its whole purpose seems vague. Kazuo's day-to-day work is rather hands-on, not to mention cloak and dagger, but you get the feeling there's more to it than the occasional assassination or snuff film torture scene. Frankly, there's little that I haven't already told you. The department's philosophy is simple. While the rest of the company concerns itself with modification or subjugation, we handle all tasks related to outright erasure. This can mean kidnapping individuals so that doppelgangers may take their place, or the temporary kidnapping of targets requiring psychological reconfiguration by the substitution department. Other times were required to retrieve sensitive documentation or eliminate all physical evidence of historical events Smyrnacor deems inconvenient for their long-term forecasts. In short, we perform standard wet work operations meant to keep other employees' hands clean. Considering how messy those lobotomies looked, you're not sure clean is the operative word, but there's no denying that some desk workers must have it easy compared to those who have to destroy loving families with their own two hands. But what about the work they do inside the office? In-house evaporations typically involve requests from consenting clientele seeking erasure of their own volition. We offer a variety of services to destroy government records and other traceable physical components in order to grant our patients fresh starts. Sadly, we rarely see willing customers anymore. Smyrnacor no longer allows most individuals to have significant control over their own lives, but I still receive enough visitors to remain consistently overworked. And until old age finally cuts me down, I intend to treat every single one of my patients with as much respect as I can muster. After all, I know just how badly a person can crave erasure. Anyone driven to such utter desperation deserves nothing less than utmost compassion. Kazuo looks to a chipperly whistling Theodore, a sad twinkle in his ice-cold eyes. It seems he really is invested in every single one of these cases, almost like he's desperate to prove something, not just to the leaders of Smyrnacor, but to himself. This, for reference, is why I consider the upcoming partnership with Radium to be an abomination. They would have us eliminate the very heart of our practice, the ability for people to choose evaporation of their own volition, and they would see our kindness eliminated in the name of efficiency. Thus, before that damnable contract is signed, I must complete every authentic evaporation procedure I possibly can. Otherwise, I may never be able to help people the way I was helped ever again. Which means time is of the essence, new blood. Hurry and find your resolve. Do we have to do this to Theodore? Aren't there less drastic ways to evaporate him? No matter how badly Zadrzinski wants a fresh start, there must be some alternative that would spare him excess pain. Plus, you really don't want to touch those molding compost clumps his teeth have become, with or without pliers. Like, can't you at least give him anesthetic? Kazuo's firm expression does not waver, but you do notice the nerves in his neck go tauter than drawn bowstrings. It seems you've offended him, grievously no less. You'd have been better off spitting in his mother's face during an open casket funeral, one you were specifically not invited to, nor dressed appropriately for. I realize you're still unfamiliar with our craft, so I will not hold this suggestion against you, but understand that your request is tantamount to travesty. Firstly, providing anesthetic would go against our department's historic values of providing consensual self-erasure. During a procedure as drastic and dramatic as evaporation, it is perfectly natural for a client to lose faith in their decision, whether due to suffering or second thoughts. But anesthetic denies the possibility of backing out in the heat of the moment, and considering Theodore's aversion to orally invasive interferences, it is imperative we provide him those opportunities. Secondly, I would ask you to consider how much pain this man willingly put himself through already, whether by the removal of his fingerprints or by being forced to leave loved ones behind without goodbyes. Evaporation is an intensely punishing experience even for the most determined souls. If we, the technicians Theodore entrusted his fate to, suddenly balked at a fraction of the agony he's endured, his faith in our process would be annihilated. Failing to match his determination, or failing to remain stoic when he needs reassurance most, that would only insult his sacrifice and make this disturbing experience even more difficult to bear. With the tired sigh of an old man who has worked a hard job for too long, a wave of exhaustion seems to sweep over Kazuo. He suddenly looks his age, he sags beneath the weight of his lab coat, and the knives he once wielded deftly look too heavy for his wrinkled hands.
I understand your reluctance to harm an innocent man, but duty demands us to do what must be done, and I would see mine performed with discipline rather than self-serving cowardice.
Seems the guy really does care about treating his clients with empathy. Whether or not it's a sane form of empathy is definitely up for debate. But it's better than you would have expected from this deranged office. That being said, Kazuo clearly has some unresolved baggage when it comes to maintaining an aura of sanctity and professionalism during these gruesome procedures. He's hyperfixated on doing things the old-fashioned way, for better and for worse, which means there could be an alternative approach to erasing Theodore's dental records he hasn't fully considered. With a curt nod, Kazuo returns to his peculiar paperwork. Using a blood-rusted ice pick, he rapidly pokes through a sheet of cardboard as if puncturing a punch card's holes by hand. Hopefully he'll never poke at you that way. Regardless, your inquiries revealed the man isn't as cold-hearted as he seems. He's clearly desperate to do his job right, and bases a lot of his self-worth on performing successful evaporations. If you could prove that removing Theodore's teeth is unnecessary, you might be able to talk Karaoke out of his old overly violent habits. Easier said than done, perhaps, but possible nonetheless. It's time. Tell Kazuo you're ready. As you confirm your intentions to get the stomach-turning certification over with, you see Zadruzinski wriggle in his seat. He looks both thrilled and horrified that the time has come. His supervisor, meanwhile, remains coldly dutiful.
I was beginning to worry your resolve would never be sufficiently steeled, but I'm glad to see my expectations surpassed.
With a look of icy purpose, Kazuo refashions the metallic device around Theodore's jaw, prying them wide open and locking them in place. Both gnarled steel and Zadruzinski let out a strange whine, his putrid teeth now on full display. The one smiling man trembles, tears leaking from his milky eyes. Waves of bad breath potent as knockout gas hit you one after another as he starts to hyperventilate. His nails rake the armrests of his dentistry chair, finding purchase in the tattered upholstery. It's as if countless others had clawed at it before him in a futile bid to escape. Karaoke nods to the pliers in your fist, urging you to give Theodore a reason to start clawing harder.
I'll keep him from thrashing as best as I can. The removal itself won't be difficult when his teeth are so decayed, but you'll be still causing extreme pain with every single pull. Be strong, brace yourself, and remember why we're doing this.
Theodore's whimpers grow louder, his shrill breaths coming faster and faster. He's trying to tell you something, you can't make out the words. A high-pitched ringing rises in your ears like an alarm siren meant to keep you from engaging in this nightmare. Are you ready to begin the evaporation? Propose a less violent alternative to complete the evaporation. You're aware Smyrnacor is thorough when it comes to world domination, and Kazuo is committed to keeping his clients completely untraceable, no matter how minute the details, yet you're convinced there has to be an easier, more humane solution than this. Upon hearing your suggestion, Theodore's brows perk with bewildered reprieve, like a prisoner spotting their cell's key falling from a warden's pocket. Kazuo, meanwhile, appears downright insulted. Leaving his patient's side, he takes a few steps closer till you can feel the angry heat coming out of his nostrils and see cracks of frigid rime forming in his ice-cold eyes. If you're asking me to compromise the quality of our services solely to appease your own aversions, you'll find no such leniency under my supervision. Believe me, I too would prefer a bloodless method, but we resort to these means for a reason, and I pride myself on being a thorough technician. Therefore, I refuse to contemplate alternatives that would potentially jeopardize the anonymity my patients seek. Therefore, you'd best provide thoughtful suggestions supported by demonstrable evidence. The small of your back grows slick with cold sweat as Kazuo murmurs his threat. Fear forms a thick lump in your throat as you gather the shards of your shattered courage, preparing to state your case. But unless you have a good one, you'd best resign yourself to impoverished dentistry. The reason? Wait, what do you mean? We found the reason earlier. Point out the inconsistency in Theodor's file. Whipping out the hefty stack of convoluted paperwork, you point at the not applicable entry marked under dental history. At first, Kazuo squints with suspicion, but soon his stern expression becomes tinged with aghast bewilderment. You're sure you didn't alter this information yourself?
Why they had to make it bloody? They don't. They don't. He said he would prefer it not be bloody. Kazuo said he would prefer it not be bloody, but he has to make sure that his patient's anonymity is the most important thing. So if it has to be bloody to be able to make sure that they get to disappear, he will. And as far as why they don't do any anesthetic, it's so that up through the process, if at any point they want to stop, they are conscious enough to say stop.
You're sure you didn't alter this information yourself? Cross your heart and hope to die, figuratively speaking, of course. The supervisor curses under his breath, no doubt furious at himself for overlooking the obvious contradiction. Despite his exterior of ice-cold professionalism, overwork must have really been wearing him down. After pacing about the room at an anxious pace, Kuroka questions you once more. Did you authenticate this discovery with Mr. Zadruzinski?
But he said he wishes there was another way other than the bloody way for a reason, right? Yeah, he said he would. Yeah, he said there were, and we found the other way. We found the other way right now. That's what we're going through. He wishes there was another way other than the bloody way. Yeah, we're working on that one right now. We're balls deep in that one right now.
Did you authenticate this discovery with Mr. Zadruzinski? Oh, I forgot to do one thing. Fuck.
What? No, but does that really matter?
I'm gonna get yelled at.
Before you can make some credibility tanking excuse, Theodore begins shouting through his braced open jaw, struggling to nod while tied up Kevlar. Luckily, his incomprehensible argument is persuasive enough to further rattle the shaken supervisor. The evaporation supervisor mutters under his breath, foot tapping against the carpeted floor at a turbulent tempo. You were honestly expecting relief from him, not this. After much umming and even more ahs, the old man emerges from his anxious trance. His statuesque expression is now marred by a streak of sweat, like a fresh yet shallow scar.
This changes nothing. The evaporation continues as planned. Get your pliers ready.
Theodore's jaw somehow opens wider, his pale skin turning bone white. His hopes are dashed upon the rocks like a ship made of wood more rotten than his deep brown teeth. Your own jaw must be open just as wide, because Karaoka attempts to reassure you with a stern, sour tone.
Regardless of documentation, Mr. Zadruzinski's oral health is uniquely atrocious. Even if he cannot be identified by means of official dental records, word of mouth may suffice to establish a connection to his pre-evaporated self.
and subjective rumors are more difficult to dispose of than medical paperwork. Should such a scenario occur, we even risk intervention by substitution, which could lead to Theodor's eventual lobotomization.
That's true. You would certainly recognize that hideous smile by sight or smell alone. And Theodor's fresh start has no point if a doppelganger takes his place. Kazuo's concerns do seem rather warranted.
You're confused? He's freaking out because he doesn't like having his teeth messed with. He has not said that he doesn't want to go through the procedure. He just doesn't like dentists. He wants more than anything to be able to live a new life, which means he has to go through a fear. Yes, because of his dad. That's like if you were terrified of tarantulas, but someone said, hey, walk through this field of tarantulas, there's $10 billion on the other side. You're gonna gripe and complain all the way through, but you're gonna go get your money. Yeah. That's the basic thing.
That's true. You would certainly recognize that hideous smile by sight or smell alone. And Theodor's fresh start has no point if a doppelganger takes his place. Kazuo's concerns do seem rather warranted. But the more you think about it, the more Karaoke's argument seems a little off. Why would a supervisor who values precision, efficiency, and empathy in his work be so scared of a fringe case hypothetical outcome based mostly on subjective worries, especially if an alternative could spare his patient pain? You suspect this has something to do with his martyr-like dedication to the evaporation department, a need to prove something to himself more so than a need to do his job. If you call him out on it, you could challenge his decision and spare Theodor some pretty substantial pain. But if your gambit backfires, it could cost you dearly.
What do we think, chap? What do we think? Shit. Yeah, in all honesty, if I'm being completely honest, this man has already had his retinas stabbed a whole bunch. He's had his fingerprints removed. Just rip his fucking teeth out. Just rip his fucking teeth out. Or we try and argue and risk not getting our certification, putting the entire world at risk. Or we just go through this for this guy that volunteered for this procedure so that we can get our certification and move on with it. Yeah, he's already gone this far. And if we're ignoring, honestly, it comes back to the trolley. It comes back to the trolley where if there's 5 people on one on the other, which do you go for? The needs of the many outweigh the few. Or is this a gambit and he wants us to fight this because he wants to see our resolve? Oh, fuck me. Okay, I didn't even think about that. Because we're still going on that something seems off. Like he's wanting us to stand up to him. He wants us to stand up to him because he said he was going to test our resolve. Throughout this entire thing, he himself has said that he is very empathetic. Like he wants us to argue with him. You know what? Fuck it. That's what I'm going with. We're arguing. I'm standing my ground. Hopefully this gambit pays off.
Stand your ground. Theodor's suffering isn't necessary, and Kazuo knows it. What point is there in saving the world if you can't save a single person? And what kind of department can claim to value empathy if they're so eager to harm their clients? It's time you find out what this is really about. Citing your own experiences in child psychology, you argue that removing Zadrzinski's teeth could actually amplify his existing dental-based traumas to a whole new level, a consequence that could make him even easier to recognize in the eyes of those who once knew him, thus putting him at an even greater risk of lobotomization. And if Kazuo is that scared of hypotheticals, this one should scare him much more. The supervisor seethes as you defy his authority, but the anger is mostly directed at himself. He knows your arguments are sound. He knows the teeth pulling would do more harm than good, and not just to Theodore's gums. Yet Karuoka remains stalwart, even in the face of blatant wrongness, not for a logical reason, but for a desperately personal one.
This department is all that remains of the original Smyrna Corps, the final moral foundation of our founder's legacy, the last crumb of her butchered dream to make the world better. It is an institution that survived the passions of time and changes in leadership through fervent adherence to tradition. I cannot cast those traditions aside, even if they compromise my patient's future. Doing so would be akin to spitting on Gertrude Borodine's grave, when it is already drowning in the saliva of others. I would not survive the shame of betraying her like this again. I need to do this, new blood. Not just for Theodore, not just for evaporation's sake, but to preserve what little humanity remains in the husk of this crumbling department.
An uncomfortable silence falls over the room, punctuated by the creak of Theodore's jaw brace and the huff of his deep, gasping breaths. Kazuo glares your way without blinking, as though daring you to debate him, but the man looks too pitiful and too tired to scare you anymore. It's clear that his hang-ups and insecurities have taken over. His obsession with honoring evaporation's principles was always a recurring motif throughout your conversations. But now the fears informing those obsessions have been laid bare, revealing that he's being ruled through fear. The real issue, however, is that those hang-ups are about to endanger an innocent man, and trying to talk sense into him might cost you access to the hive if tensions continue to rise. You need to calm him down somehow, remind him of what really matters, so he doesn't make a mistake he regrets, or taint the traditions he's trying to protect. There's many ways you can go about it, but you'll need to choose wisely. You can't afford to endanger your promised certification.
Yeah, I know, right? We could give up. We can demonstrate our resolve. Day is almost over. Keep the argument going until closing time, which doesn't seem... They work overtime, so that doesn't seem like it matters. If he really cares about honoring the founder's values, letting Theodore go is the only way to do it. At the beginning, he said I'm supposed to demonstrate resolve. I think I'm supposed to demonstrate resolve. There's not a save. There's not a save. There are absolutely no ways to go about this. Okay, well. Wish me luck, chap.
Demonstrate your resolve by defending your decision till the bitter end. If Kazuo wants to see willpower, you'll show him willpower. Proving yourself as unrelentingly mule-headed as Karuoka himself, you refuse to pull Theodore's teeth and begin to repeat your prior arguments ad infinitum. This guy might be a trained assassin specializing in identity theft, but you're a cripplingly bummed-out loser with a chemical predisposition for picturing worst-case scenarios.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Your ability to come up with misery-inducing what-if arguments is second to none. There's no way Kazuo can convince you pulling Theodore's teeth is preferable to the alternatives you can imagine. After what feels like hours of debating, both of you are short of breath and unwilling to concede defeat until you hear Theodore snoring. Spit bubbles swell inside his wrenched open mouth, milky eyes twitching as he dreams peculiar dreams, lulled to sleep by your endless, repetitive bickering. With yet another sigh, Karaoke's scowl becomes a sad smirk.
Seems you've won by default, new blood. And I sense you'd remain an obstacle to the operation even if you hadn't. Very well. I'll humor your concerns and have Zadruzinski's procedure postponed pending further peer review. Considering how strongly you feel about this, I believe it might be wise to gather insight from my colleagues before acting rashly. I may feel strongly about evaporation, but I have no authority to break company regulations, nor can I establish a reliable consent with an unconscious client. I have no choice but to revisit the dossier on another day. Besides, whether or not this extraction is the correct decision, I was clearly acting far too rashly to be making major decisions. Therefore, I appreciate you for encouraging me to reconsider, and I'm sure Theodore is grateful as well. I may not agree with your position, but I must confess, your display of stalwart compassion would make our founder proud. I cannot fault you for defending a client in the name of your own values, no matter how misguided the stance. And for that reason...
Kazuo reaches for something beneath his lab coat, then hands you a sheet of punctured cardboard with a proud smile. Beneath a layer of thick dust, the words "Evaporation Certification" are boldly inscribed.
You didn't earn this the old-fashioned way, new blood, but you deserve it, none the less. Slip it into the elevator's punch card slot once you've collected the rest. That will give you complete access to any area in this building. On that note, the hour grows late. I should get Mr. Zadruzinski to bed, and I suggest you get some well-earned rest as well. I'll let you know what I've decided to do when the time has come. You deserve that much closure at least, whether for good or ill.
Well, not a perfect outcome, but better than you could have hoped for. Not only did you earn the supervisor's begrudging respect, you've kept your hands clean in the process. Well, relatively clean anyway. There's a lot of dust on your certificate. Thank Kazuo and ask him to give your best to Theodore. The supervisor bows, vowing he'll pass your feelings along, and that you'll have a place here as a student should you ever pursue a career in evaporation. By the time you've come up with an excuse that would spare you such a bloody fate, you're already out of earshot. Weaving past dying houseplants and dusty furnishings, you retrace your steps through the maze of convoluted hallways that first led you to this exhausting foray into evaporation. That said, it's a relief you were able to spare Theodore from needless suffering, all while appeasing Kazuo's concerns. If it weren't for your sharp eyes and empathy, your closing shift would have met a way bloodier end. At least you're walking out of here with a certification to show for all that trouble. 1 down, 3 to go. Hopefully the other certificates won't be as hard to get. Boarding the office elevator, you key in the password to reach the lobby and prepare for your trip home. For no reason in particular, you find yourself extremely motivated to brush your teeth tonight. Chapter complete.
Chapter complete. Proceed to Tuesday. Ooh, how was it, chap? How was it? How was that chapter? How were the voices?
Did you enjoy the voices for that chapter after I got them worked out? That was so good. The story was good. How was Kazuo's voice? How was Kazuo's voice?
He sounds almost like the Shredder from Ninja Turtles, mixed with an evil George Takai. Mwah, ah, 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 ah.
How was my Russian accent? Did I do an okay job at my Russian accent? Thank you, Bex. Thank you, Lemon. Oh. Those voices were actually kind of fun to do. If I'm being completely honest.
Evil George Takai is just talking with the back of my throat, back by my uvula, which is why you hear the clattering in the voice. I am literally making my voice vibrate. I hope that it adds a little bit of creepiness to the voice.
And the Russian voice is very, I don't know why. It is easy to do. Hopefully it was good. Hopefully it was good. But those two were very interesting characters. I like those. Those are interesting characters. Zadruzinski, very interesting.
Koro-oka also interesting. Add more characters to my repertoire. Wah, 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 wah.
Good, I'm glad you liked it. Would you like me to continue? We are 3.5 hours in. I'm still okay to continue. Hydrate, thank you. That is definitely necessary. I'm gonna be sore. Can I continue? I can. What did you think of that chapter? Did you enjoy that chapter? The story in that chapter, or the stories in that chapter, I should say? This is like my only reprieve, is to talk to you guys in between chapters. It's the time I get to breathe a little bit. That chapter was fucking intense. That was we're only in chapter 2. We're only in chapter 2. I'm pretty sure it's only going to continue on from there. Although I think that I mean, we did go to the assassination department. Literally the substitution department is the surgery department. The evaporation department is the assassination department. So we already took out the assassination department, which I assume is going to be one of the more intense ones. So I'm going to assume like the next one might not be as fucking intense. My list of voices for the game has grown. Just four additions today, on top of the 4 from yesterday. Since I changed the ant to like a southern voice. She now talks like this. Yeah, that's why I picked evaporation, because the other ones seem kind of guessable. All right. Well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. You guys decide amongst yourselves if you would like me to keep going. Yes, I can keep going. I 100% can keep going, but I will be right back.
It's a kind of cosmic glue holding the nucleus together.
I have returned from my bathroom break, which also seemed to coincide with an ad break. Hello. Hello. Have you all reached a decision? Would you like to continue the story? I will continue if people would like me to continue. Ah, evil George Takai. Yes. Wah ha 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 ha. That voice is pretty fun to do, actually. Booyah. Booyakasha. I'm going to say not to continue because I don't want to totally wreck your throat, but it's up to you. No, it's totally up to you guys. I've already told you that I can continue. I do feel capable of continuing at least for a little bit longer. I'm trying to tiptoe around which voices I use for like super prevalent characters, because some of them are harder on my throat than others. Ironically, the one that is the most difficult for my throat is the main character.
This one is actually the one that's the roughest on my throat, because this is literally just me like rubbing my vocal cords together to make a grizzled, chiseled smoker's voice. But I like how it sounds and I wanted to use it. As I talk this way, I've been trying to find where in my throat to make the voice come from, to find more comfortable ways of doing it. But at the same time, I would also like to point out that if I would like to pursue voice acting, there would probably be times where I would have to push myself much harder than I already have. So with that in mind, would you like me to continue to Tuesday in the game? I don't honestly know who all is still watching.
Yeah. If people like here's the thing, Lemon. I know you usually watch multiple streams all at once, but this is kind of one of those that like begs for your attention because it's a full fleshed out story that I am literally reading to you. So that is one of the reasons why I'm also asking. Then yes, please continue. Okay. I shall continue. We might have to come up with new voices on the fly. All right. All right. Continuing on, chat. Continuing on. least one more chapter. The story is intense. I agree. I'm very much enjoying it. Chapter complete. Proceed to Tuesday. Tuesday. Just be easy on yourself. I am. You're doing a great job making new voices different from established ones. That's why I have a notepad next to me so I can write down what I need to know to remember how to do them. Evil George Takai, thanks you for watching, and thanks you for enjoying the story and the voices. Hopefully, this is fun for you all. Tuesday.
Tuesday morning is upon you. Another day, another company's certification is in dire need of acquisition. Ugh. Your thoughts sound more bureaucratic with every passing day.
Thank you, Lemon.
Mr. Burgard would be proud, and that's especially scary to think about. Today the reception room is abuzz with staffers scurrying about. Most carry stacks of paperwork the size of toddlers on growth hormones, while others yell over candlestick phones for their colleagues to run faster. One woman is on the ground, hugging her knees, rocking back and forth. She mumbles something about deadlines having a way too literal meaning in a place like Smyrnacor. You're inclined to believe her. However, amid the sea of stress and screaming, one man stands above all others, seeming to enjoy this. Statuesque in his demeanor, he approaches you with a resplendent grin. Speak of the corporate devil.
Hello there, friend. Glad to see you up and at it so early this morning, and even gladder to see someone with a little pep in their step today. Ah, but you must have no trouble smiling, eh? I heard your first certification went quite smoothly yesterday.
Smoothly might be a strong word, but... Admit it was a challenge, but assure him you'll soon earn full certification. Oboya seems taken aback by your straightforwardness. Odds are, in this line of work it's rare to see coworkers speak without a veneer of false perfection. Still, the behemoth appears satisfied by your progress and your desire to access the hive. Justifications be damned.
I must confess, it's quite pleasant to witness such candor in the workplace for a change, and your dedication to aiding Miss St. Saens with her nursery-related tasks is undeniably admirable. If only everyone in my vicinity could be so earnestly dedicated, I would spend more time working instead of hunting rats.
Rats? The giant leans in close, almost kneeling to whisper in your ear. His breath burns hot as furnace fire against the side of your face.
I don't mean to alarm you, but I've heard reports of rather suspicious behavior occurring as of late. Fake government documentation gone missing. Doppelganger IDs stolen. Invoices from clients spotted in the trash. Coincidences too convenient to merely be happenstance. I fear there may be another Emiliano among us, a traitor hoping to cause a data breach just ahead of our historic partnership. And it's my job to have them disposed of.
Your stomach twists into macrame like knots. Whether because of fear or Obia's breath, sweat drips down your brow, leaving you lightheaded. You work your jaw, wiggle your tongue, unable to form words with it, and unsure if you even should. Do you tell him this must be coincidence caused by office-wide overwork? Do you feign some fear of getting hurt? Or do you assume for survival's sake that he knows the rat is you? Just as the pressure becomes too much to bear, Regard claps your shoulders with the force of a speeding Winnebago. As you cough, catching your breath, he backs away, grinning wider than ever.
Long story short, I'd greatly appreciate you reporting any suspicious behaviors. A keen eye like yours circulating all around across the office would be a priceless asset in my hunt. Now, I'm afraid both of us have much to do today. Ta-ta for now. And best of luck with your certifications.
With a jaunty hum and jolly stride, the tweed behemoth fades away into the manic crowds, leaving you alone and alarmed. You need to hurry. For guard suspicions worsen, you could run out of time even sooner than expected. Squirming past your scrambling colleagues, you make way for the elevators. Where will you go?
Where you want to go, chap? Future-proofing or encryptology? We're going to save substitution. We're going to save substitution for last, because that's where Millicine works. So future-proofing or encryptology? Encryptology feels like it's going to be computer-oriented, and I don't have the tech skill as of right now. And future-proofing, I'm not 100% sure. But I would like to know your opinion on where Beck says future. Okay. I'd say Lemon chose the first one, so I'll let Bex choose this one. We'll go with future proofing. Off we go. Chapter complete. Proceed to the future-proofing department. The future-proofing department.
In your brief time at this company, one thing that always stood out to you is the office's tomb-like silence. Very rarely will you hear people chatting apart from the reception lobby. The background hum of computers omnipresent in any other office is completely absent here. Even the sound of a creaking doorknob from 2 whole halls away, or the echo of your footprints, can be startling in this quiet place. It's no surprise, then, that the first thing you notice about the future-proofing department is how weirdly loud it is. Grillage doors slide open, revealing an open-concept office space, which seems to be an awkward mix between stock market and film set. Headset-wearing employees yell at massive CRT televisions hanging from the ceilings, which display ever-fluctuating statistic graphs of every shape and color. The walls are lined with glass-doored boardrooms filled with endlessly flashing camera shutters, while dozens upon dozens of overworked interns wheel about hand trucks stacked full of film set equipment. Honestly, hectic as this scene is, it's a little comforting too. This is a lot closer to what you first expected when your aunt told you about the job. It feels almost normal, despite the uncanny resemblance to a period piece about unsavory advertising firms. But you work at Smyrnacore now, and that means you can't ever have anything remotely nice anymore. The more you learn about this place, the worse it'll likely get. Despite the business-based pandemonium unfurling before you, your gaze quickly drifts to an imposing set of double doors at the far back. It's the only room in all of future-proofing that seems built from opaque materials, designed with both status and privacy in mind. I know, right? You bet your modest paycheck that this is where you'll find your supervisor, and by extension, the certification you need to enter the hive. All you have to do is cross a minefield of turtleneck-wearing, shareholder-serving zombies without getting crushed under their profit-driven stampede. Easy, right? March through the angry mob. It's not like these people will get calmer as the Radium Inc. deadline approaches, and you'd rather confront a rowdy workforce than risk existential eradication. Puffing your chest, you step out of the elevator and stride towards the other end of the department. Turtleneck. These are all Apple employees. Thankfully, the turtleneck-wearing masses are too enraptured by their urgent work to pay you much heed. Most don't even look at you, even when you barrel through their tightly clustered shouting matches. It's not exactly easy, mind you. A lot of people are high on some anabolic level cocktail of adrenaline and managerial blackmailing. you need to move very slowly to avoid near-fatal collisions with many sprinting future-proofers. One employee in particular, a squat old lady, bumps into you, dropping a stack of important paperwork. As you kneel to help her pick them up, she shoos you away, claiming her boss doesn't want anyone reading spoilers for the upcoming replacement of a Nobel Prize laureate. You're not sure how that related to her documents, though. The few sheets you saw only displayed projections of declining birth rates and anticipated fluctuations of a local population's xenophobia levels. In fact, the further you trudge across the room, the more incoherent sights and unsettling snippets of conversations you're exposed to, all of them related to fine-tuning public perception of Smyrnacor's meddling. Near the televisions, people scream over earpieces for the narrative team to adjust projections, all while watching graphs fluctuate in real time. Each chart appears to monitor some unusual statistic, ranging from global spending habits on contraceptives to political radicalization across age demographics. In a meeting room, employees crowd around a whiteboard overstuffed with bullet points and crude Sharpie illustrations of an exploding aircraft. They seem to be storyboarding a horrific plane crash and disagreeing about the death toll needed for it to qualify as horrific. At a photo shoot, vintage Polaroid cameras snap pictures of an actress receiving fake cocaine from a man dressed as a well-known politician. A director keeps telling her to pose more naturally. This is security camera footage, not cinema. Even by the phones, staffers practically throttle themselves in the rotary phone's coiled cords, trying to both answer and dial multiple calls at once. Each employee seems involved in a heated conversation with a statistician team that's struggling to create a worldwide recession without fully collapsing the economy. Part of you is relieved to know that even a team this big can barely stay on top of Smyrnacor's constant post-truth super charade. Another part is terrified to realize these high-strung, sleep-deprived people are the only bits of flimsy tape still keeping modern civilization's disparate bits from coming unstuck and collapsing. But hey, that's showbiz, baby. Terrible, terrible showbiz. At last, you arrive before the imposing double doors. From up close, you notice they're made of heavy bronze and are full of decorative friezes, but each side has a different flourish applied to its surface. The left is adorned with bas reliefs of music notes, quills, film reels, and dramaturgy masks. A panel in the center reads, Beatriz Corte, Real, Senior Future-Proofing Supervisor, Narrative Team. The right features mathematical symbols, strings of binary code, and DNA helixes. Its panel reads, Felicity Smith, Senior Future-Proofing Supervisor, Statistician Team. Statistician Team, sorry, dropped the voice there. Judging by the muffled chatter coming from the other side, both these supervisors are engaged in a less than civil disagreement. Still, it can't be any worse than whatever's going on outside. Can it? There's a document labeled Urgent tucked under the door. Knock politely and wait to be let in. Etiquette is a waste of time. Enter uninvited. There's a document labeled Urgent tucked under the door. The papers are stained by multiple shoe prints as though left to rot on the floor for weeks. Stamps reading high risk and level Z3 cover-up protocol overlap in a jumbled mess of red ink. Yet it's a portrait of an oblivious alcoholic clown, paperclipped to the first page, that confuses you most.
You have acquired news article, missing person.
Knock politely and wait to be let in. You rap your knuckles against the bronze, hoping the two will hear you over one another's insults. Yet the force of your modest knock somehow pushes the doors open, wordlessly beckoning you inside. Whoever set those hinges used really good oil.
Goodness gracious, darling. Nope, hold on.
Goodness gracious, darling, you mustn't leave the portal to my atelier so atrociously agape. My muse requires silence to percolate her inspiration.
Oh, piss off. The only thing your muse needs is a dog muzzle, or better yet, a botched hysterectomy. Now you, get in here and close the goddamn door so I can hear myself fucking calculate.
Whatever you say, new bosses. You slam the office door shut with a deep, bone-rattling gong. As your skull is left vibrating by the low-toned reverb, you step inside the strange room, whose decor, much like the gateway, is split into two distinct halves. The left is quirky and colorful. Countless scrolls and leather-bound books lay stacked together like incomplete brickwork, illuminated by stage lights above. On each pile rests countless quiche crystal accessories, similar to those featured in homeopathic soul-soothing scams. And under the purview of a theatrical individual, a disturbingly thin woman dressed in unflattering femme fatale fashion, and even gaudier gemstone jewelry sits in the middle of it all, like a tacky dragon atop its gussied-up hoard. Her hands deftly wield a brush and gouache, painting a photorealistic newspaper cover story. The headline announces the arrest of a multi-level marketing guru. The right, meanwhile, is cold and purposeful. Printer-based adding machines the size of truck engines emit a seizure-inducing amount of rapidly flickering lights. Other than that, the walls are gray. The floor is plain. There's not a single trinket decorating the supervisor's crowded desk. Much like its muscular overseer, the beer-bellied woman's face looks sterner than an especially unhappy slab of granite, and the sleeves of her turtleneck have been ripped clean off, revealing an even sturdier-looking set of vascular biceps. One arm is covered by a sleeve tattoo depicting a novel-length math equation. The wrist-thick fingers attached to it are bustily adjusting an abacus's clicking beads and fine-tuning the knobs of an air traffic control equipment.
Alright, I'm gonna readjust their voices next chance I get. I have ideas.
Beatrice and Felicity, you presume. At least you'll have no trouble telling them apart.
I gotta write their names down 1 sec. Beatrice. Felicity. Alright. Let's see what I can do.
Tomo capeme.
My, I don't think I've ever had the privilege of encountering you before, darling. Would you happen to be the new hire that strapping hunk of a man Burgard mentioned?
Kumibo, CG.
And if you are, what the hell are you doing here? I already told him we don't have time to onboard some probation period dipshit. I'm too busy getting the fact Bia is wrong through her thick skull. The bitch is denser than depleted uranium.
Maximilian Pegasus? I don't know what that means. When it described Beatrice as gaudy, I just thought old Hollywood. So I'm going with old Hollywood for her. And when it came to Felicity, she just reminds me of like some lunk meathead, but she's intelligent. She's a mathematician. So I'm just kind of doing her as like an aggressive. And if you are, what the hell are you doing here? I already told him we don't have time to onboard some nothing like nuclear science insults. The bitch is denser than depleted uranium. She's got a little bit of Eastern European to her, whereas Beatrice is just going straight old Hollywood.
Jebuniyani.
How rude. I'm here creating a masterpiece that will be remembered for generations, and all I hear is ingratitude. You know I can't rush perfection, you dull-witted warthog.
Monatesu.
Yeah, well, I sure as shit can rush your post-term abortion, and I don't care what you think. The numbers don't lie, and they're telling me your masterpiece is a load of horse shit. As if driving the point home, do those sound okay? Do I need to rework those? Do those sound okay to you too? How rude. I'm here creating a masterpiece that will be remembered for generations, and all I hear is ingratitude. You know I can't rush perfection, you dull-witted warthog. Yeah, well, I sure as shit can rush your post-term abortion, and I don't care what you think. The numbers don't lie, and they're telling me your masterpiece is a load of horse shit.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I got my notes.
As if driving the point home, the large one points to a bulky computer sitting smack dab in the middle of the dichotomous workspace. Judging by its placement, both women are forced to share it on a daily basis. A cruel and unusual punishment indeed. The punishment is only made crueler by how unintuitive the massive device looks. It resembles a coal-powered microwave more than a desktop, and uses a flight stick instead of a mouse. Either way, the huge computer's low-resolution screen appears to be displaying a particularly prickly problem neither supervisor agrees on. Before you can ask about the issue in question, both women resume their shouting match at cochlea-rupturing volumes, their insults growing ruder with each successive back and forth. Only after several minutes, when they're forced to catch their breaths, are you given an opening to state your case. Say you're here for certification. You can't leave until you get it. You're not exactly threatening to stay until you're given what you want, but neither do you intend to back down before you collect your prize. At first, both women seem to despise you taking advantage of the situation, but then they simultaneously seem to decide they can take advantage of you. You need a future-proofing certificate, huh? Well, we do have a couple of those lying around somewhere, but you're going to need to scratch our backs before we start scratching yours. Indubitably, my dear. After all, what good is recognition without the merit of it being earned? The pair breaks into a shared fit of muffled laughter, trading snide glances with each other and devious glances with you. Maybe this was a bad idea. Let's see, on a scale of from fucking squat to fucking everything, how much do you know about the future-proofing department? You unfortunately land squarely in the squat end of this particular spectrum. Felicity seems displeased by the news, but her partner merely smiles, albeit condescendingly. No need to be embarrassed. Even the greatest postmodernist icons in history started from nothing, although some never did graduate past the finger painting level. To put it in pedestrian terms, our department is charged with two particular mission statements: delivering results and maintaining a narrative. You see, Smyrna Core management always has set goals in mind whenever they replace a member of society. Sometimes it's to ensure a person becomes a musician instead of a mechanic, to worsen a labor shortage. Other times it's to have an open-minded politician become intolerant of those restricting a nation's immigration policies, just enough to maintain a declining birth rate. Well, that's unsettling. How are you supposed to tell which global crises and which acts of social activism are genuine, when Smyrna Core could literally have a finger in every pie? Especially when you never even suspected this company's influence until now. The more you think about it, the more impossible the concept of objective truth seems to become. Now, regardless of context, darling, the storyline around each replacement needs to plausibly convince the world's population without including plot holes which could create suspicion of Smyrna Core's existence. That's where artists like me come in, drafting scenarios, storyboards, and scripts for paid actors to fine-tune the public's reactions, and by extension, their ignorance. Felicity and her goons, meanwhile, fine-tune the results, making sure we reach company projections down to the exact decimal, whether it involves municipal election turnout or international military spending. Glorified bookkeeping, really. Too boring to be worth blithering on about compared to what I do.
Jebuniani.
Like a puppet master perfectly pulling a doll's strings, we make sure absolute logic and ultimate emotion work hand in hand to sway an audience exactly as our employers demand.
Suji Pazoki.
Oh, piss off. I work hand in hand. You work head and ass. Now quit being so fucking flowery and speak plainly. We need practical solutions, remember? The skeletal supervisor gives her colleague a look of extreme loathing, biting back an insulting comment that tickles the tip of her tongue.
Zimo Zuebo.
As you may have inferred, disagreements are quite common in our line of work. Statisticians are so obsessed with hitting their projections, they often threaten to ruin our multimedia storyline plots.
Suji Pazoki.
And these goddamn egomaniacs are so obsessed with jerking themselves off over thematic resonance that they jeopardize every metric we've got for the sake of a cliche plot twist. But that's where you come in, tiebreaker. You're a neutral third party who can solve today's debate and decide which route our latest future-proofing case should take. Statistical precision or artsy-fartsy indulgence.
How are those? While we're still on ad break, how are those? I tuned them a little bit as we went. And don't just be on it. Well done. Okay. Beatrice is surprisingly fun to do. You can't see me because I don't have I don't have hand tracking on, but every time I read Beatrice, I'm making the hand movements, and every time I'm voicing Felicity,
I make my voice very aggressive. Very aggressive, very stone-faced, very pissed off. And these goddamn egomaniacs are so obsessed with jerking themselves off over thematic resonance that they jeopardize every metric we've got for the sake of a cliche plot twist. But that's where you come in, tiebreaker. You're a neutral third party who can solve today's debate and decide which route our latest future-proofing case should take. Statistical precision or artsy-fartsy indulgence.
It's fun doing the physical movements. You're right.
Tiebreaker, huh? Looks like you may have bitten off a little more than you can chew. Too bad you have to finish your plate if Elle's plan is going to work.
Ooh. It appears our clinical depression is going to get us a unique scenario.
Just like Yu-Gi-Oh, I pull out my trump card. Clinical depression. No offense, but are you sure I'm qualified for this? Well, it's nice to have someone believe in you for a change. You are a clinically depressed individual with an ongoing history of failure. Should you really be taking over the misinformation campaign of a world-dominating mega corporation?
Suji Pazoki.
Don't worry, I'd never trust some paste-eating mouth breather to deal with any delicate business. I'll leave that to the competent people. You just need to make a decision so they can get to work. That's somehow as reassuring as it is insulting. The lead statistician's computer chair creaks beneath her imposing girth as she wheels over to the computer at the center of the room. Rather than a mouse and a keyboard, she gestures to a joystick, the same kind that a pilot might use to control a plane.
Kumibo Siji.
Now then, you've got to use this subpar dildo of a controller to operate the future-proofing mainframe. You won't have admin rights to access top-secret files, but you'll at least get to read the projection proposal reports. They're the documents that outline the specific targets our latest future-proofing project needs to hit. There should be a few annotated comments in there left by me and Beatrice outlining stuff our teams absolutely need to succeed. You should be able to tell them apart pretty easily, because mine actually make a shred of sense.
Subpar Dildo does sound like a great band name. You are 100% correct. Oh, before Lemon gets it, Subpar Dildo was my nickname in high school.
Fettoake.
What my utter buffoon of a compatriot failed to mention is that there is also a projection visualizer. You can use it to adjust different components of the initial proposal to evaluate how certain changes would affect our results, just in case you'd care to bring a hint of sensitivity and nuance to the discussion. Unlike a certain someone, you're also free to approach us with questions if ever you'd care for a more passionate explanation of our concerns.
Defomana.
Once you feel like you have all the facts, come find us to announce which team the request gets a priority, narrative or statistician. You're welcome to argue for an alternative, but it better not be a stupid fucking suggestion. Either way, once you prove I'm right, I'll give you a future-proofing certificate for your troubles.
Ame yaoppa.
You absolute strumpet. Bribery is completely unacceptable in our office. Don't you know what Abuya will say if he finds out about this?
Spillega prea.
That being said, if you take my side in this affair, I'll gladly provide a future-proofing certificate of my own. Not to mention my eternal gratitude for feeding this insensitive slob a thick slice of humble pie. We do need to use strumpet more often, you are correct.
Both women give each other one last death glare before storming back to their respective sides and resuming their confounding work, which leaves you completely alone and alarmingly uninformed. On one hand, it's not like you need to know everything before picking a side. You can just flip a coin and be done in a snap. On the other hand, there's a good chance you'll thoroughly piss off the losing supervisor by making such a major decision on a whim. And you don't want someone who helps dead replacement victims remain undiscovered as an enemy, especially when you have no idea how much collateral damage your choice could entail. You could always butter them both up to minimize your odds of starting a blood feud, but considering your particular skill set, you'd better prepare for the worst rather than the best. Either way, you can't afford to walk out of here without certification. Best get deliberating.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna search. Searching through everything thus far has given us a lot of information that we potentially could use later on down the line.
Search the documents strewn about the office. Your rummaging reveals nothing so convenient as an instruction manual, just a few administrative meeting notes for different future-proofing projects. You skim one, hoping to learn more about the department, but only leave more confused than ever. You have acquired future-proofing meeting notes. Can we read said notes? What do we have? Where are we at? Oh. Physical. No, okay. Okay, cool. We can read them. Members present. Miss Tetz. Project Blue Ruin Creative Lead. Ms. Paraline. Statistician Team Liaison. Mr. Fedorov. Creative Representative. I don't know why I'm having problems with words. Mr. Miramar. Creative Representative. Ms. Howdy. Secretary. Oh, sweet Christ, this is really, really long. Just skip to 4. All of this seems pointless. I've been reading for like 4 hours, but this doesn't look like it has absolutely anything to do with anything. Like, okay, call to order. The regular meeting of Future Proofing's Blue Ruin unit was called to order by Ms. Tetz. Ms. Tetz played the team's theme song, Chicago Lightning, by the Gershwin Twins Band. Mr. Fedorov formally registered a complaint concerning this song, stating that it is of low quality. Ms. Howdy noted this was Mr. Fedorov's 8th time registering the complaint. Meeting participants remarked on an unusual smell in the conference room. Mr. Fedorov observed that he detected tamarind and lime.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. We can go learn about narrative from Cordereal. Despite her abusive vocabulary, Smith seems like a wise leader. Get her input. So, head to the future-proofing mainframe. Its files. Let's go to the mainframe. Let's go to the mainframe before we fucking talk to anybody else. Before we talk to anybody else. It looks like it's time to announce your verdict as tiebreaker. It looks like it's already pushing me that way, so.
Head to the future-proofing mainframe. Its files might provide answers.
A giraffe? Okay.
You approach the awkwardly archaic computer, fumbling with its deliberately cumbersome controls until you find a way to turn it on. As the tiny screen alights, you grab hold of the joystick and prepare to scour its suspicious contents.
Oh, this is cool. Oh.
To future-proofing department from redacted, deceased, subject, future-proofing case 004911R, second follow-up. Good morning, ladies. This future-proofing request comes directly from the new head of substitution, Obuya Burgard. Unfortunately, due to a major encryptology department oversight caused by Mr. Aguilar, his lobotomy appointment has been scheduled for redacted. There's been another significant office-wide data leak, which includes confidential company information. It is imperative that we contain the spread of misinformation prior to the Radium Inc. merger signing on redacted. Today's target is redacted, a known Romanian whistleblower who has been illegally divulging leaked Smyrna Corp data to the public. Though people mostly view her claims as paranoid conspiracy theorist ramblings so far, she's attracted a rather large following of political dissidents who believe some Illuminati-esque organization is controlling their government from the shadows. We've already commissioned a doppelganger to replace Redacted and testify in court that her claims were pure publicity stunts. Your job, however, is to further discredit her claims by killing all her known supporters and making the Smyrna Core leaks retroactively look nonsensical through historical revisionism strategies. Be sure to do so at no greater cost than redacted USD, as our coffers are running thin with all the pre-partnership expenses. Also, this goes without saying, but for the love of all that is holy, please try to communicate with each other this time. If Beatriz accidentally doubles the death count for drama, or Smith cuts corners on assassinations to fit the budget again, I'm pretty sure Mr. Burgard will be cutting me. Be sure to double check the projection visualizer and to submit your report notes for approval. Good luck and Godspeed. Best, Redacted, Deceased.
The story is so fucking cool. Okay, we have Felicity files, we have Beatrice files, we have projection visualizer. Bum bum bum. Operator manual. Hi there. It looks like you're trying to erode the increasingly fragile fabric of society. Luckily, Smyrna Tech is here to help. Designed in partnership with Radium Inc., our patented future-proofing projection visualizer makes calculating the optimal approach to existential retconning easier than ever. No more pesky trial and error genocides or just hoping a political coup yields the required metrics. Just adjust your scenario parameters to accurately evaluate your efficiency levels in advance. We hope you enjoy this product, and always remember, killing yourself will not stop us from doing what must be done. Have fun! Visualizer components. Global deception ratio represents how effectively your scenario will prevent normal people from noticing company interference in human affairs. This value must always remain above the upper line. Hold on, a new piece of paper. New piece of paper. We're going to call that GDR above upper line. Okay. Moving on.
Budget threshold. Represents Smyrna Corp financial assets required to complete the scenario. This value must never go under the lower line.
We'll call that BT. Never under lower line. I don't even know if I need to be writing this down, but I am.
To adjust these visualizer values, please tweak the following parameters. Fatalities slider, adjust the projected scenario's death toll. Time frame slider, adjust the projected scenario's completion length. Media coverage slide, adjust the projected scenario's fake news roadmap size. Violence button, turns the scenario's explicit violence features on or off. Controlled demographic button, turns the scenario's audience exclusivity features on or off. Note, some parameters may be deactivated at the discretion of your direct supervisor. To reactivate these features, please consult Felicity Smith and Beatrice Court Real, or increase your technological literacy. If you cannot reactivate these deactivated functions, which is very possible, please proceed according to your supervisor's instructions.
Ooh.
Suggested course of action, maximize global deception ratio without jeopardizing the department's budget threshold.
Okay. Oh, so I can't hack this because I'm not capable. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go talk to them. Oh, let's check their files.
Hey team, in regards to Beatrice's future-proofing proposal, we are not going to kill that many people. We are not going to... Oh, I'm in Felicity's files. Hold on. Oh, it's a message. I'm gonna read it in my regular voice for messages. Hey team, in regards to Beatrice's future-proofing proposal, we are not going to kill that many people. We are not going to turn their deaths into a publicity stunt. We are not creating a multi-billion marketing campaign to justify one... No, I'm gonna do it in her voice. I need to. I'm gonna do it. Sorry. Retcon everything I just said.
Hey team, in regards to Beatrice's future-proofing proposal, we are not going to kill that many people. We are not going to turn their deaths into a publicity stunt. We are not creating a multi-billion marketing campaign to justify one measly fucking doppelganger, and we are not going to let that string bean shit-talker usurp my authority. The department is still struggling to recoup the funds we wasted on Court Real's last stunt, and I can't afford to have more statisticians quit on me the week before the merger. That means we turn off the violence button, we guarantee low fatalities, and give ourselves the biggest time frame possible to ensure we can coordinate this case properly. I don't care how many corners those fruit baskets in narrative have to cut. I'm keeping us above the budget threshold this time. End of story. If Beatrice complains this isn't fair, or that this compromises her artistic vision, or that this unconvincing alternative could result in an unintentional nuclear holocaust, well, she's probably right. But just tell her to piss off and do your jobs. We have deadlines to meet. Also, whoever complained to HR about my vulgar language, grow some balls, you fucking pussy. Regards, Felicity Smith. Photo.
Oh, hello. Beatrice. Fucking Beatrice, okay.
Grow some balls, you fucking pussy.
Artwork work in progress. Floor map. Okay, we got all that. Me, okay. Narrative notes.
Hello, darlings. Beatrice here. Regarding future-proofing case 004911R, I've already decided on the perfect story to tell for the assignment. In order to both discredit Redacted and exterminate her loyalists in one fell swoop, we'll be altering existing news reports, found footage, and family photos to make it seem like she was a woman who went utterly mad after the death of her son, after which she became the leader of a deranged, bloodthirsty cult preaching nonsense about the Chateau government. The assassination of her followers will thus be concealed under the guise of a mass public suicide she herself requested, and I do indeed mean a mass suicide. We're talking thousands upon thousands of deaths in an explosive spectacle Eastern Europe has never seen before, except for that one time. Not only will this guarantee an extremely high global deception ratio, but it'll make for a truly poetic tale of heartbreak and lost purpose. Remember, everyone, nothing makes people pay attention like violence. We want high fatalities within a short time frame to really make people pay attention. It's the only way to make them forget what really happened, and to have them embrace our version of the truth. Also, please ignore Felicity if she complains that this plan is too expensive. Yes, we're essentially tripling the initial death toll. Yes, it will put us over budget, but we need this plan to work, or it could jeopardize the entire Radium Inc. contract, if not accidental democracy itself. Remember, no cost is too great to create compelling art. Much love, B.
You're wondering how they're going to cover that up?
No.
Extra notes.
Mass cold suicide brainstorm notes. Medicinal overdose, too cliche and overdone. Next. Guns to the head, also overdone, but possibly a keeper if they do it somewhere unexpected, maybe an amusement park? Chainsaw fight to the death, very visually striking, but a bit 1985 for my taste. Could be interesting if we mailed some limbs to the next of kin, though. Synchronized self-lynching off the edge of a hydroelectric dam. Ooh, interesting. It'd kind of being like a human bead curtain, and we could even scrawl a big graffiti in blood. A solid contender. A sexy orgy gone wrong. Tempting, but Kuroka would never agree to those terms. Also, it contradicts our target's character arc. Claim the data leaks were fake and don't kill anyone. Whoever suggested this, you're fired. I'll expect your letter of resignation and lobotomy appointment confirmation on my desk by 5 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay. We've gone through all the notes. We've played with the visualizer. Oh, what's this? Zero one one zero zero one one zero zero one one zero one zero zero one zero one one zero one 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 zero zero one one zero one 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 zero zero one one 0010101001100110010. I don't fucking know what that means. Zero zero one zero 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 one 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 zero 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 one. I know it's binary. I'm not an idiot. I mean, I'm a little bit of an idiot. I know it's binary, but I don't know what the translate it. Okay. Okay. Let me get my phone. Binary. You love this song? Translate. I spelled translate wrong. Binary to text, okay. 0110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100. It's a name. it's a name. Would you like to know the name? The name that it translates to is Finnegan, which is the name of the main character that we're playing as. It literally translates to Finnegan. I just typed the whole thing into a binary converter and it pops out and all it says is Finnegan. Fuck, that's really cool. Fuck, that's really cool. Oh shit, we're dead.
You step away from the mainframe, rubbing pixel-induced visual snow out of your eyes and massaging your aching temples. The machine is a total pain in the ass and head, obviously. But more concerning is the fact that both Smith and Beatrice seem to be telling the truth. As far as you can tell, there's no way to make both future-proofing teams completely happy. Still, that doesn't mean things are completely hopeless. Maybe you could needle Cortoriel and Felicity for more information and use your unique talents to uncover something they overlooked, assuming you have the right skills for the job, of course. But if you still can't find an answer after all that, you might have to admit defeat and just pick a side. You still can't get your certification that way, and hopefully the supervisor you don't choose to side with won't try and cut your head off, figuratively or otherwise. Go learn more about narrative from Cortoriel. Though Beatrice is currently focused on painting a photorealistic portrait of an unsavory character, you'd do well to hear her out before passing judgment. You clear your throat, hoping the interruption won't enrage the flighty artist. Instead, she seems thrilled to have a spectator. The stick-thin woman whips around, both her plentiful jewels and stiletto heels clicking away like the brittle bones she seems to be made of. With a dramatic flourish, she gestures to the canvas she's toiling away at, which depicts a hyper-realistic rendition of a newspaper tabloid's cover story.
Simo Zuebo.
No need to be shy. Come as close as you want, please. I've got my in-progress portraiture all the time, and I'm grateful for the attention. A masterpiece is nothing without an audience to appreciate it, after all. Plus, there's no better audience than an appreciator of the fine arts like you. I can tell you're not some data-driven, algorithm-obsessed ape like my barbaric colleague.
That's reassuring to hear, but fine arts might be a bit of a hyperbole. After all, you're reading this story. Our writer's prose isn't exactly giving Shakespeare a run for his, no doubt, considerable money. Even though Beatrice's artwork is admittedly impressive, you turn down the offer to admire it as politely as possible, desperate not to deflate her full-to-bursting ego. Upon clarifying that you're here to ask about the disagreement, a dark cloud settles over the woman's already thickly shadowed eyes.
Rana Simeo.
I suppose I should have suspected as much. Well, I'm flattered you care enough about my opinion to get it straight from the source, and I'll happily spend as much time as it takes to convince you that my team's approach is superior. Particularly if it incentivizes you to take that piggish pleb Felicity down from her high and mighty horse.
Tomo Capeme.
Ask away, my dear. I'm sure you're just aching to learn more about me and my process, so don't shy away from personal questions. I'll happily be an open book for you, one that's very pleasurable to read at that.
She's laying the drama on even thicker than the lipstick she's wearing. Still, vapid vainglory and obvious grudge aside, it's clear Cortoriel truly cares about the quality of her work, not just the attention it earns her. A pretty understandable concern considering what kind of consequences her oversights could have for Smyrnacor's existence. With a little luck, you'll find a foolproof way to satisfy her high standards without setting Smith's crosshairs on you and say, okay.
I'm fucking up so much, chat. I'm fucking up so much. I'm getting tongue-tied for no reason. Nah, 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 nah. Wait, let me get a drink. Are you guys okay with me quitting here? I don't want to disappoint you guys. You guys have been locked the fuck in since I started. And a stretch? Alright. You're down? Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. I wanted to go longer. But oh, thank you for the head pass. Thank you for the head pass. I did want to go longer, but I am fucking up where I should not be fucking up. It's been 4.5 hours. Reading for 4.5 hours is it's a little aggressive. But I'm not done quite. I'm done reading, but I'm not done quite yet. So hang on, we're gonna hop over to my room. Let's exit game. Hop over here. Okay. Let's chat for a little bit, chat. Let's do the thing you guys are named after. Almost 5 hours talking. I wanted to go longer. I honestly wanted to do longer. This is actually going to be a shorter stream for a Saturday. Don't get me wrong, I ran a bunch of errands today. I went to 2 different resale stores. I dropped off clothes and got almost $100, and then what they didn't take I donated. And then I took some records to the media store and got like another $100. And then I hit up my buddy who sells VHS tapes, and he's interested in buying some more of my collection that I was comfortable parting with. So I'm waiting for him to go over the pictures I sent him and give me a quote. So I was extremely productive today. I got everything kind of ironed out. I was ready to do this stream of voice acting. So hopefully I have lived up to some expectations of whatever expectations you guys have placed upon me. Hopefully you enjoyed it. But tell me what you thought. What did you think? What did you think of the voice acting? What did you think of the story? What did you think of the choices? Were there places that I could improve upon? Did you like how I interpreted the characters? Let's have a short discussion before I rate out. And I want to know what you guys think. Where exceeded expectations? Are you just saying that because you were one of the nicest people? Or are you being legitimately serious? Do you agree? Okay. My voices were. I'm amazed that you continually expand your voice, especially with the amount of characters. There are a lot of fucking characters. I'm still not particularly happy with Felicity. I'm not a nice person. Yes, it makes it. I'm not 100% happy with Felicity's voice. But I am really the story is completely fucking insane. I am really I'm not super happy with Elle's voice or Felicity's voice, but Kuraoka, I'm really happy with what I came up with him. Zatru, I did not spell his name right. Zatrzinski, whatever his name is, his voice was really fun to do, just the Russian accent. Beatrice is particularly quite fun to do, with just the flourish, even though I'm not attempting to do like a stereotypical female voice, because I feel like, how would I even do it? Oh, darling, like even then it's still, I'm straining my register at that point, and pushing where it doesn't sound that different from what I'm already doing. So I'm kind of just more leaning into her mannerisms, regardless of the fact that I can't hit the upper register, even in my head voice, to get it completely to be a female voice. So I'm just kind of making her over the top. She's really fun to do. You could honestly just put a bunch of these things together and use it as an audition reel, to be honest. I do need to, yeah, I do need to look into an audition reel. I did go through, I'm saying Maximilian Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh! I have no idea what that is. I've never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! That was after my time. My younger brother watched Yu-Gi-Oh! I was a Pokemon kid. I do have to look into what is required for an audition tape. I did browse through the things that you sent me on Discord, and figure out how to do it. I wound you. I'm pretty sure you're close to my brother's age. My brother is a couple years younger than me. Hold on, I gotta message my buddy. Just messaged me about the tapes. One second. Okay. How did I wound you, Lemon? How did I wound you? Because I've never seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I have a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game on my Switch. Oh, I actually picked up another Switch game today. I ended up using the trade credit that I got at one of the resale stores and picking up Kirby in the Forgotten Land. So I did add that to my Switch collection because it is one that I wanted to play because I do love me some Kirby. That fluffy little bastard. But yeah, I do need to figure out how really to make an audition reel, what to really do. For the most part, I can't like yell in my apartment because I don't want to disturb my upstairs neighbors. There's no real way of me soundproofing because I have popcorn ceiling up above me, because I have looked into possibly like kind of soundproofing my room. Like my neighbors to the side of me are probably not going to hear me, but I do have an upstairs neighbor and I'm pretty sure we can hear I hear them talking from time to time. I'm not sure how much sound goes up. But I try not to yell too much. So I'm not exactly sure how soundproofing would go, or literally how much sound goes up there, as I'm rather nervous to go up there and be like, hey, can you hear me at all? Am I like really fucking loud when I like do stuff? Which I honestly might have to do. I might have to pull my... Hi, Rain. How are you doing, buddy? I might have to pull my head out of my ass and eventually maybe pop up there and actually talk to them and be like, hey, can you hear me at all? Like, because I want to do a karaoke stream at one point, which is going to be less karaoke, more me just attempting to do some sort of, like, VTuber concert. But I'm not doing it right now. Largely because I need 2 programs to do it the way that I want to do it, and I have to make a whole new scene, and I have to set up the scene, and I have to figure everything out. You're good, you just got home? Nice. I'm about to raid out, my friend. I'm about to raid out. I have annihilated my throat, and I am starting to mess up my voice acting. Well, I'm messing up my reading, because I was reading for 4.5 hours. So both of my wonderful mods have told me to stop streaming and raid out. But yeah, hopefully, like I said, hopefully you guys are enjoying the story. Hopefully you're enjoying the voices. Hopefully the voice acting is not letting you down. Hopefully it is interesting. Hopefully I'm doing justice to the craft, as it were. Hopefully it's been enjoyable. I'm definitely enjoying it. I'm enjoying getting to practice voices. I'm enjoying the story in the game as a whole. I think it's very interesting. It's very Severance. It's very Severance. Thank you, Lemon. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I wasn't gunning for the compliment, but I appreciate it. It's just something that I've always been very nervous doing. Something that, like, I will not go back and rewatch this stream because it will just make me very, very nervous. It'll make me very self-conscious about it, which is why I've kept asking. As you know, I have no confidence in myself, so I tend to ask. And I tend to hope for honest opinions. You're getting compliments. Okay. Whipping out the Glock. I see how it is. But yeah. Depending on how my voice is when I wake up tomorrow, depending on what time my buddy comes to pick up those tapes, hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully we can get this whole resale transaction done in one weekend. Would be absolutely incredible. I will see what I'll be playing tomorrow. If understandable, I would not set you up for failure and blow smoke your ass about voice acting if I didn't believe in you. Well, that's very kind of you. I would honestly hope not. I fucking would honestly hope not. That sounds like a long con and I'm too lazy for all that. Not as long as you think. It could be something anytime I find something that I want to do, I go balls deep in it. So it's one of those things where I just throw myself into things, trying to find a passion, trying to find something to make my life feel less shit. One sec. Okay. But yeah, I definitely need to figure out how to do some sort of audition thing. I need to figure out if I need to sign up on that voices thing that Lemon sent me, see if that's like the viable place to do the damn thing, as it were, and go from there. Really go from there. And yeah. But tomorrow, if I don't play this tomorrow, then this will be pushed to Wednesday. And tomorrow might be something a little bit more rest my throat, depending on, like I said, depending on how I wake up in the morning, depending on how my day goes tomorrow. I'm hoping that's okay with you guys. Hopefully you don't forget the story. But hopefully you're okay with that. Hopefully that's fine. No, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I tried to, since you were the purchaser of said game, that's why I messaged. Yes, please push it another day. 3 days in a row is a lot. I mean, it's true. It's true. I figure you'd what's the conversation I was just having on Instagram? But no, yeah, it is a little rough. I woke up a little sore. My throat was a little sore. I need to go get some honey and find a nice tea for my throat. Like I have some teas, but they're not particularly great for my throat, and I need to get some honey. Because honey is very, very good for your throat when you're really pushing. So I need to, but I did some little, not so much vocal exercises before I started, but I did get my throat kind of, more comfortable and ready for some vocal strain. Learning some things from back when I, did choir years ago. So there is that. But anyway, it's gonna be an early raid out today. I'm not gonna know what to do with myself. Maybe I'll play one of my not safe for work demos. Maybe I'll play one of my not safe for work demos and see how that is. See how that goes. Maybe I'll get to rest early. TMI? Nah. I read the smut for the story. I read the smut for the story. Oh, who to raid? Who to raid? Not same category. Similar or small? Not following. Yeah, you too? Okay. Yeah, I've been listening to a smutty audiobook for like a week. Or not even a week, for like 3 days. It's been really enjoyable. Alright. We'll go show her some love. Hold on, let me type in a raid message to anybody who wants to spam a raid message. We're gonna raid Lady Bones because they have raided us. They have shown the emo kids some love. So we're gonna show them some love. So there is the raid message, chat. Yeah, you have a great night as well, Lemon. You have a great night. Wherever you all are, whether it be morning, afternoon, or evening, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I greatly appreciate you spending your time with me. It means the absolute world to me as I, you know, try to be a little less sad every single day. And I hope my presence here also helps you with that. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. The chipotle is not sitting well. The chipotle is not sitting well. But once again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. We're gonna go ahead and raid Lady Bones. We're gonna go say hello. They are very kind, so let's go show some kindness to their community. And yeah. I will see you guys tomorrow. Toodles.